Banjir padang kata. Jadi oke. Hari aja hari. Alih. මංජු අයියේ අයියේ මගේ ෂොට් එක වෙන එකකට කපන්න කියන්න මට නැගිටලා යන්න අර කොඩි ගන්න තැනට යන්න ඕන.
morning, venerable members of the clergy, ladies and gentlemen. We warmly welcome you all to the inauguration ceremony of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony of University of Ruhuna. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep standing for the university anthem.
Babalana silak dakune Niruan pirikala terane Panuwan oradunu porane Sarasaviyai merune Sarasaviyai merune Vidya Shilpa Kala Danharvat Labamin Danaman Karamin Panavat Desa Basarasa Surakin Odatenavat Minisun Vemuro Pasasana Gunavat Babalana Silaka Dakune Niruan Pirikala Terane Panuwan oradunu porane Sarasaviyai merune Sarasaviyai merune Yuktiya Shaktiya Bhavaniti Sikar Dagot Kulamala Patumat in the head Namaraka Parasindu Rohana Puravara Hiru Sandu Vimulak Sarasavi Nilambar Babalana Silaka Dakune Niruan Pirikala terane Panuwan oradunu porane Sarasaviyai merune Sarasaviyai merune
Thank you.
Challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. As individuals, we face challenges in our lives, but as humans, there are many challenges that we will have to face collectively in the times ahead, especially with alarming current issues such as the pandemic, food security, and climate changes that are taking place throughout the world. As academics, it is our duty and responsibility to adhere to sustainable development goals while playing our part in overcoming the challenges of the next decade. Bearing this as the theme of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, we are now going to start the inauguration ceremony by warmly welcoming all the distinguished guests who have gathered here today. Here at the Faculty of Technology, we move towards technological advancements while upholding the Sri Lankan traditional values as its identity. Before we begin the inauguration ceremony of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, let's enlighten today's proceedings by lighting the traditional oil lamp. For that, I would respectfully call upon the Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujeeva Amarasena, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Professor Samanchandana Ediriveera, the keynote speaker of the 19th academic sessions, Senior Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksha, the chairperson of the 19th academic sessions and the Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardena, University of Ruhuna. Representing the Deans of the University of Ruhuna, the Dean of the Faculty of Science, Professor P.A. Jayantha. Representing the council members of the University of Ruhuna, Mr. M.G. Punchiheva. The Registrar of University of Ruhuna, Mrs. Senani Kalugama. The Bursar of University of Ruhuna, Mr. Rohit Jayakodi. The Librarian of University of Ruhuna, Mr. Lal Pannila. And I would also like to invite the Secretary of the session, Dr. Hashini Vitarana. Thank you very much. May the blessings of the muses reach all of us and this nation through this enchanting puja dance presented by the students of Faculty of Technology, University of Ruhuna. Dear students, the stage is yours.
වමතින දරාගෙන
සතුසින් නටනවා පොළොවද කිමිදගෙන නිතියෙන් ඔබට මිහිකත්නා වඩාගෙන
Thank you very much, dear students. That was a splendid performance indeed. Now we would like to invite the following dignitaries to the head table. The chief guest of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujeev Amarsena, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Ruhuna, Professor Saman Chandana Edrivira, the keynote speaker of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony of the University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksha, the chairperson of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony and the Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Dr. Harshadev Gunawardena, the Secretary of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, University of Ruhuna, Dr. Hashini Vitarana.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to invite Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardana, the chairperson of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, the Dean, Faculty of Technology, to welcome everyone gathered here today.
Good morning, Venerable Mahasangha, Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Keynote Speaker, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Deans of Faculties, Registrar and Bursa of University of Ruhuna, Council members, Emeritus Professors, Professorship awardees, Vice Chancellor award winners, heads of departments of Faculty of Technology, and Assistant Registrar and Bursa of Faculty of Technology, and all the other distinguished guests. We are honored to have you all this distinguished gathering here today to mark the 19th academic sessions and 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony of University of Ruhuna. It is also a great privilege having the opportunity to host the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor Awards ceremony by the Faculty of Technology. I am very proud of the strength of the young staff of the Faculty of Technology, which is vividly demonstrated organizing an event at this scale. There are only 33 academic staff members present in the faculty, with only 7 senior lecturers having doctorate. I am very thankful to the Vice Chancellor and also the Senate of the University of Ruhuna having the trust on our capacity on this assignment. I warmly welcome the chief guest of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor Award ceremony, the Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena. Faculty of Technology was established in 2016 to fulfill the requirement of providing university education to students following technology subjects in the advanced level examination. The first batch of students were graduated in last year, September. Over the past years, we have faced many challenges building Faculty of Technology to bring it up to this present status, improving the human resources, infrastructure, and laboratory facilities. The faculty has gone through rapid development of infrastructure over the past few years. The lecture hall complex, including this auditorium, was declared open on 24th of February. The 19th academic sessions is the first event conducted in this auditorium and the first academic sessions conducted by the Faculty of Technology. In this academic sessions, we have automated the abstract calling and reviewing process for the first time in the academic sessions of University of Ruhuna. This has enabled secure submissions of abstracts and double-blind reviewing process to enhance the quality of the overall process. Moreover, it has made the overall process much convenient but higher quality, saving the time of the limited number of staff of the faculty. Further, we have taken many steps in these directions to move forward with the digital technologies in the faculty here. I believe that the development of infrastructure of digital technologies will contribute immensely to drive research in the next decade. Moreover, this time we have opened a pause session for undergraduate students to present their research findings to a broader audience in the university. I believe this will continue in future academic sessions of University of Ruhuna. At this historical occasion, we are honored to have the Senior Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksha as the keynote speaker. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor E.P.S. Chandana, Deans of Faculties, Registrar and Bursa of University of Ruhuna, and the Council members, Emeritus Professor awardees, Vice Chancellor award winners, heads of the departments, and all the other distinguished guests who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the warm welcome. Now we will proceed to the address by the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna. For that, we cordially invite Professor Saman Chandanedrivira to address this distinguished gathering.
Very good morning to all of you, Venerable Mahasangha, Chief Guest of the event, Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Sujiv Amarsena, Keynote Speaker, Session Chair, Dean Faculty of Technology, and Deans from other faculties, Council members, all the academic staff members, executive staff members, students. So let me first congratulate the Faculty of Technology for organizing the 19th academic sessions and 18th Vice Chancellor so very successfully. As we know, faculty is a new one, but they managed to organize this very successfully, showing a lot of maturity in organizing events. And thank you very much for inviting me to this occasion. And it's a great honor and a privilege to address you in this prestigious forum in this memorable morning. So I know personally that we receive more than 130 papers to this academic sessions, but after a thorough review, we only accepted just 105 papers, according to my knowledge. So what does this mean? So this means this is really important event for us as a university. We should be very proud of this. Consecutively we are organizing this event. So this adds professionalism to our career and university. In my opinion, these publications undoubtedly contributed to expand our knowledge and experience. Especially, the entire exercise is very important for young academic staff members and of course for senior academic staff members to refresh their knowledge and experience. So as I said earlier, this is very important to develop our professionalism. So what is professionalism? So as the saying goes, professionalism is not the job you do, it's how you do the job. We all know that. And professionalism involves being reliable, setting your own standards and showing that you care about every aspect of your job. It's about being industrious and organized and holding yourself accountable for your thoughts, words and actions. So this is the forum where we show our uniqueness and professionalism to the outside. So this is another aspect we should be proud of. So anyway, this is outcome of our education. As we know, this is an outcome of our education and research program. We are measuring our own strength by presenting our research activities in this prestigious forum. So what is education? You know, there are so many definitions, but I prefer this one. It's a stock of skills, competencies and other productivity enhancing characteristics. It's a leading determinant of the economic growth. It's really important for us as a nation. And if we disregard the economic development of the country, so it is disastrous. It will have some bad repercussions. So we have to address some issues. So we have to ask several questions from ourselves. So how much of this knowledge we can use to bridge the knowledge gap in the country? And how can we integrate this knowledge into technology-driven economic development? Probably at the end of the day, we will have some answers, but some answers will not come very easily. It will take time, but this is a small step through that direction. So this is really important for us. So as I said earlier, we are measuring our own strength. So this is kind of a own thermostat for us, because as we know, we have several key performance indicators to measure our development and the progress. So infrastructure related outcome, skills and attitude related outcome, employment and employability related outcome, entrepreneurship related outcome, and innovations related outcomes. So this is the place we test our capacity. So at the end of the day, our young staff especially, you will experience what is the strength of our research capacity. So there are some importance of this. So this important event not only consider about the research, but we admire some of our colleagues' contributions to the university and the nation. Vice Chancellor's awards is clearly dedicated for that. I congratulate all the winners who will be awarded today in different categories. So at the same time, we award emeritus professorships today. I will also congratulate all the emeritus professors who will be awarded today. And thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Now, with great honor, I would like to invite the chief guest of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award Ceremony and the Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena, to address this gathering.
Good morning to all of you. Keynote speaker, Professor Rajapaksa from University of Peradeniya, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Ruhuna, Dean, Faculty of Technology, Dr. Harshadev Gunawardena, all deans, members of the council, Venerable Mahasangha, and academic staff members, Registrar, Berza, acting librarian, and dear students. Let me first thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be the chief guest on this occasion of 19th academic sessions of University of Ruhuna and 18th Vice Chancellor's Awards ceremony. It has been organized under very difficult conditions during the pandemic of COVID-19, under very strict health guidelines, and as you see, it's been implemented very strictly with limited crowds, which perhaps reduces the colorful nature of this event in the past, but I think the glamour and the pride remains. So let me congratulate the entire Faculty of Technology in the organizing committee for doing this under very difficult conditions. And as a new faculty, they must take pride in doing this. And I'm sure they will be very happy to have this experience with them, as they will get more and more opportunities of organizing these events in their faculty in the future. And as one of the two youngest faculties of University of Ruhuna, and developing fast in that sense, it is doing very well, and let me congratulate entire Faculty of Technology for doing so. Now let me get into the theme of this academic sessions, the conference, overcoming challenges of Sri Lanka, I think, to move focused for the next decade. And when we discuss this topic, this theme, we were conscious about our inability to think beyond 10 years as at present. And perhaps in the entire world now people don't plan for beyond 10 years for most development, because things change so fast. And it's very difficult to predict where the development directions would be in another 25 or 50 years time. Of course, scientifically we can predict, think, but it might not come in the same way. So, we thought about discussing about overcoming challenges for the next 10 years Sri Lanka. And I think that's very timely, because that's where we are, and I am conscious about these challenges, and that's something that we can think of today and something that we can lead to beat. Let me take one by one. Obviously, all of us are in a very serious economic crisis in the country, and we see about problems every day. The fuel shortage, the power cuts, the food shortage, agricultural industry suffering, and day-to-day work being hampered, and so on. It's going on. You can list it. It's a big list. Of course, coming from a generation that came in between current generation and the generation that faced World War II, I have heard the stories from my own parents and my own grandparents about how they managed post World War II or World War II economic crisis, which was basically governed by British Empire at that time in our country. So there were restrictions on transport of paddy and rice, and they had to do many things to overcome that challenge to feed their children in 1945, 6, 7, 8. And of course, most of us were not born at that time. There were many restrictions on other things, not only traveling, schooling. I know some schools in Colombo were shifted to Bandarwala for continuing education. One classic example is Royal College Colombo. It was shifted to Bandarwala premises during the period of war, and they continued education. A building was, I think, rented or hired. Some unused buildings are utilized for a few years, and it came back to Colombo after the war. So we can't actually think, and I do not think we have got good records of hardships people faced during a situation like this in the past. To me, I think the situation probably was similar, except perhaps for technological advance that we have had over the last 75 years, now facing a crisis. The transport industry, which was not developed at that time, is now facing a new crisis because of the fuel shortage, and you can connect it to dollar shortage. I am seeing through COVID-19 management and rethinking about whether what we did was right from 2019 December, 2020 March. And I am sure a lot of things that we do now for the COVID-19 pandemic were not acceptable in 2020 March. So we were very conscious about not quarantining people inside their own houses, managing COVID-19 cases in the community, and so on. I have been participating in many discussions on these things during those times. But that is where our own thinking, professional thinking, went. And perhaps, probably not went right, but probably went wrong, and would have managed COVID-19 in the community, trusting people to stay inside and monitoring within the community, saving money without sending them to quarantine centers. So these are all perhaps would be interpreted as mistakes in the past. But nobody knew how to manage it. And nobody trusted the behavior of Sri Lankans at that time. So that's in the past, but we have made mistakes, committed mistakes, spent money on that, but we need to learn. Now, I just took that as an example to talk about few things that I thought were important to think about today and perhaps take as take-home messages. If you take World War II, and it ended, we received independence from British Empire in 1948. We were grappled with subsequent internal political issues over the last 75 years. We were not able to resolve those conflicts peacefully. I am not saying who is right and who is wrong and what is right and what are wrong. What I am saying is, we were not able to resolve, as a country, as a nation, we were not able to resolve those internal political issues peacefully without spending a lot of money. As a result, human capital cost for all those conflicts of 71, 70, 87 to 89 in South, 83, then 30-year-old war, and so take many over the last 75, close to, when I looked at it, very close to 500,000 people must have died. Human capital cost. You know numbers in certain areas, like how many soldiers died in the 30-year-old war, how many civilians died, and how many politicians died in 1987 and 89. But we don't have accurate records on everything, so we really don't know. I think my guess is very close to 500,000. And amount of money we spent on that war was colossal, something that we could have saved to develop this country. So today we are facing a serious debt crisis. All those debts, billions of rupees or dollars, perhaps you take it, are in loans for various issues like that. Today, if you don't resolve your internal political issues in this pandemic, if we don't contribute positively, think positively and optimistically, we will be doing the very same thing for the next 75 years. Now that's foolishness. I think because doing one mistake is fine, you take it as a mistake. Repeating the mistake is called foolishness. So we should never repeat mistakes. Each institution, take it as a school, take it as an office, take it as a university, faculty. We need to resolve our own internal debates on various issues very peacefully, thinking about the future of the country and future of the university, and not make those issues as important as we think, to create problems for the development path. That is the biggest message I would like to give the academic community, the student community on this. We introduced Free Education Act in 1947. Exactly on 30th of May 1947, it was passed by the State Assembly, the equivalent of Parliament today, presented by late Dr. C.W.W. Kannangara. I will tell you one thing, we have not achieved some of the targets given in that act even today. country was able to develop 10,000 plus schools by 1961. And that target was having a school within 2 kilometers of every house in this country. And we really reached it in 1961 under late Dr. Badiuddin Mahmud as a education minister, 61. Today we don't need that number of schools because our population has, child population, number of births have gone down from about close to 600,000 to 360,000. That's mostly the reason. And of course changes in politics. I don't want to talk a lot on that. But few things. He specifically mentioned that 5% of that population would go through philosophical education, 80% would go through education for vocational training, and only 15% for professional development, made doctors, engineers. And I do not think we have actually focused and directed our path on education for that. And I think that's a very far-sighted thought, 80% to go through, and today go for education towards vocational training. And today we are having serious issues about education having a mismatch with the social needs for employment. Serious mismatch is there. See the problem? And internal issues, the democracy, the governance, the state, structure of the state. We still debate what it should be. Should it be a executive system with a president? Should it be a parliamentary system? And there is no agreement. We cannot even discuss and agree on a good electoral system for the country. And we spend huge amount of money, several billion rupees for every election, and only 70% vote. So the other 30% don't vote. They don't contribute to decision making on who should lead them for economic development, manage tax money, manage their education and health policy. So these are issues for me, short-term problems, gains. If we can change this, I think our country would then be able to make clear policies for development and implement policies without conflicts, without taking a partisan approach where when you are in the government you propose something, when you are in the opposition you oppose the same thing. It is common to all political parties in this country. Don't bother about the color, very same thing. Sometimes even the professionals and educated people do the same thing. One of the attitudes that I have is, if something is right, whoever who does it is immaterial to me, I will say it is the right thing to do. If something is wrong, whoever who does it is immaterial to me, I will say it is wrong. And I think today I am here because of that reason. And I would invite all my academic colleagues and student community in this university to think that way. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Don't bother about the party which does it. And if you can commit yourself for that kind of policy, this country can develop short-term plans and implement those plans effectively for its development, and we can come out of this economic crisis and political crisis and everything else. We have problems everywhere in the country. However, I also think that our country will never go bankrupt completely. It is not possible for our country to go bankrupt overnight. I think most economics predict complete or almost complete economic recovery back to pre-2019 era by 2026. Some of us may not be in the service by that time. And so one of the, hopefully COVID-19 pandemic would be under control. It might just become an influenza-like illness, or it might disappear, except for cases here and there. And hopefully all the other activities of pre-2019, pre-2020 period have returned to normal. And perhaps the huge investment in Port City has started to bear fruits as an economic territory. Hopefully, the new approaches to modern agriculture, or perhaps, I don't know what it is, have started to bring harvests which could earn foreign currency in our country. So, I'm talking about fire. So, I would always like to give hope for people. We need to live in dreams and big dreams. We need to live in hope as well. Leaders, like all of us, must give that hope to community. And that's exactly what we have done today. We are not deterred by the pandemic. We organize our convocations, we organize our academic sessions, we continue our education. We have graduated almost every students on almost every year, and we should be very proud of that. Only maybe very small number of students are still to complete their exams on time for 2021. All the others have gone out. The others are following the same path. Now, that's our pride as a university. And not many universities were able to do that in the world. Not necessarily in Sri Lanka. So, basically, that's what we should be doing. Try and maintain what we were able to do before COVID-19 period as much as possible during COVID-19 period, and move fast forward by pressing the fast forward button soon after the COVID-19 pandemic, and catch up all the lost education and everything else. Try and regain all the lost opportunities as much as possible. If you do that, our country will overcome challenges within the next 10 years. At the same time, we really need to focus on our issues that we have had over the last 75 years and resolve those issues now itself within a very short period of time. That includes the issues about our constitution, issues about our country's state structure, issues about our institutional policies and management, issues about, say, devolution of power, the electoral system, youth participation, female empowerment, policy issues. We need to really manage this. And I mean, not education, because we have gone perhaps to a great extent in a very wrong direction on education, because large majority of university entrants are female today, 90% in some faculties. That's a very serious imbalance there, right? So that's not really right. But at the same time, why is it that happening? Do we know? Do we know why it is happening? Now that's where the problem is. That's where the research is lacking. We do a lot of research. We should focus our research away. I mean, that's where this conference comes down at the bottom. Our research could be focused on actual problems in the country, scientific problems, no doubt about that. But I try to read a lot of material and see whether we have applied research findings on how to resolve our own problems in the country, in the university. Why do more females enter university? It's a question that remains unanswered. We think it is because the male take the responsibility for managing affairs in the household and they go for jobs. That's what I think. They go for three-wheel driving and various other informal job sector employment. Whereas there is some balance between technology, especially in engineering technology, engineering, but even those are changing. Medicine, all the other faculties, more than 50%, 60%, 70% are female. Why do males leave this system? We don't have evidence. I was trying to find out why 30% of the people are not voting in the election, and we don't have data for that. No research whatsoever. Not even age-wise breakdown. Because I was trying to look for young people the percentage of young people who are not voting in election, for my own understanding. I couldn't find. Election Commission website doesn't show that. There's no research. So it's a real problem. Managing traffic, we need data. We can say broaden the road. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. So promoting other aspects, walking, cycling, public transport, those things will help reducing traffic and congestion. So we really need to rethink about our own approaches to most of our problems today. And maybe we should do research to resolve those issues. And then contribute actively towards community development as a university. We need to move into the community and resolve their problems. The fisheries industry should depend on us for guidance. Agricultural industry must depend on us for guidance. And we should help them overcome problems. And if we do that, we will be able to help these communities to overcome economic challenges in their life. And the country will ultimately benefit. I think overcoming challenges for the next 10 years would be the biggest challenge for us as a country. You can elect any leader for any institution, including the country, including the university, in the school. None of those things will develop unless those leaders are capable of changing things. And unless you help them to change things. Unless you help them to make communities aware about the problem and the potential solutions. Without criticizing unnecessarily and opposing unnecessarily and protesting unnecessarily for changes that people are bringing in. And that does not cost a lot of money. That does not cost a lot of money. We don't need money for that. I think with those remarks, I'm going to conclude my speech. Let me once again thank the Faculty of Technology for inviting me to be the chief guest. I really appreciate this faculty. If you see some of these developments, this faculty, the concept of minimalism has come into architectural designs of some of these buildings, which none of you are probably aware. Minimalism. Try and see whether you could have glamour in buildings like this and beauty with minimum investments and different approaches to construction. And I think you need to take that message as well. Minimalism will help in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those inspiring words, sir. And now we are moving on to one of the key events of the ceremony, the keynote speech. To introduce this keynote speaker, we respectfully invite the chairperson of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, the Dean, Faculty of Technology, Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardana.
Good morning again. We are honored to have the Senior Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksha as our keynote speaker today. I find it to be a great pleasure and privilege to introduce Professor Rajapaksha to this distinguished gathering of academics. Senior Professor Rajapaksha, who has graduated from University of Peradeniya with a first-class honors degree in chemistry, has received his PhD from Imperial College of Science, Technology and Medicine, London, United Kingdom in 1988. He is also a postdoctoral research fellow at Imperial College, University of Manchester, Institute of Science and Technology, University of Bath, University of Central Lancashire, UK, and the Max Planck Institute for Polymer Research, Mainz, Germany. He works as a visiting research professor at University of Texas, Arlington, and the University of Mississippi, USA, and Research Institute of Electronics and Electronics at Shizuoka University, Japan. He is also working as a consultant in nanotechnology for clean energy generation and in health and medical applications at Western Norway University, Bergen, Norway, and consultant in nanotechnology to Sri Lankan universities and industries. He has contributed to his field and the academia enormously. Through the large amount of research he has conducted, photoelectrochemistry, electronically conducting polymers, liquid crystal display devices, gas sensors, photodynamic therapy, photochemical and nanotechnological mosquito control, clear polymer nanocomposites for fuel cell cathodes, disynthesides and perovskite solar cells, photocatalytic hydrogen generation are a few of the very large number of research areas into which Professor Rajapaksa has researched. Professor Rajapaksa has held several fellowships at many reputed international universities, including University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, University of Manchester, Institute of Science and Technology, United Kingdom, University of Bath, United Kingdom, University of Central Lancashire, United Kingdom, Max Planck Institute for Polymer Research, Mainz, Germany, Imperial College, London. Professor Rajapaksa's contributions to the field of science and technology has been acknowledged with several awards, with medals, and some of them are the CVCD Awards for the most outstanding senior researcher in physical sciences, which is the most prestigious award a Sri Lankan scientist can obtain once in a lifetime. This is the most competitive award that is awarded to a researcher who has excelled in broad disciplines. NSF Sasred Award in 2011, 2013, 2014. Professor Rajapaksa has also won the Presidential Awards for his publication in index journals in year 2010, 2011, and 2012. Professor Rajapaksa currently serves as the at the University of Peradeniya as a senior lecturer, professor in chemistry, has also conducted a vast number of plenary and invited lectures at keynote addresses at various local and international universities. We are honored to have your presence here today as the keynote speaker of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony of University of Ruhuna. With that, I respectfully invite Professor Rajapaksa to deliver the keynote speech. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you, Vice Chancellor Sir, Deputy Vice Chancellor Sir, Deans of Faculties of Ruhuna University, particularly the Dean of Faculty of Technology, my good friend Dr. Gunawadana, and Honorable Council members, heads of departments, my fellow academic members, non-academic staff members, and dear students. And thank you very much, Dr. Gunawadana, for praising me actually, and also giving me this wonderful opportunity for me to address to you in your unique and most prestigious event. And this is in fact the second time that I am delivering keynote addresses in this very important National University, University of Ruhuna. And I'm highly honored and privilege to deliver my keynote address second time. First time in the postgraduate sessions and now in the university sessions. So thank you very much for the honor and prestige that you have given to me as a keynote speaker. And in fact, in return, I have been talking to Dr. Ruhuna that your faculty is a very young faculty, and technology is the most important faculty for the country, particularly under current circumstances, and we need technologies to develop this country. So, I have been talking to Dr. Ruhuna, and I'm very happy to give you my honorary services in my expertise areas like nanotechnology. Now that we can teach in virtual modes wherever we are, so that I can actually help you to develop nanotechnology in this university. So I give you that assurance and promise that I will do that. And let me go to this presentation now. So I'm going to talk on knowledge, technology, and complexity in economic growth. Complexity. This is also very, very important aspect. And your theme is overcoming challenges in the next 2 decades. As we all know, this is under these circumstances of the country, and next you are focusing on 2 decades, 20 years. So that means that is the vision. That is the vision. We need to have plans for short term, but what is most important is not only for the short term. We need to have plans for medium term and long term plans. That is how countries develop. So you have taken a very, very most appropriate theme considering the challenges in 2 decades. And this should be addressed in relation to the island's current economic situation. So that is why I have chosen this topic, particularly the complexity in issues and how we overcome, how we understand these complexity issues and solve problems based on knowledge and technology. And if you read this article, you see that Ricardo Hausmann, professor of the practice of economic development at the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard University, USA, you see, is an economic professor of the practice of economic development. Got together with Professor Jose Dominguez, professor of structural engineering, economic professor and a structural engineering professor, School of Engineering, University of Seville. So they got together and wrote an article on application, and there they highlight that application of complexity science tools allows for the better understanding in the fields of economics. So economics, global, local, economics is very, very important. So we need to apply complexity science tools. I'll show you what they are. In understanding the fields of economics that will gear a nation towards both social and technological development. Now, your brain gets so many signals, but your brain has neural network system to resolve these systems and identify within microsecond. So likewise, mimic in the brain, now we have developed, the world has developed artificial intelligence. So, of course, none of the computers can reach the standard of a human brain. Yet, we are close to that, so that we can tackle all these complex issues and solve these problems through this neural networking model that we have in our own brain. So what is complexity? Complexity is one of the most frequently used terms in business. Businessmen use this term very frequently, but of course, when you say complexity, we can't give a real meaning. We cannot define it properly, and it is also one of the most ambiguous terms, complexity. So for our purpose, we will define it as a large number of different elements. These elements can be anything, like technologies, raw materials, products, people, organizational units, like University of Ruhuna. You have Vice Chancellor and the administration, and then you have non-academic administration, and we have various faculties, deans, heads of departments, students, all kinds of things. So all are like, we consider them as different elements. That have many different connections to one another. So the Vice Chancellor overall is the head of the institution, and he looks after all the problems there. I mean, he may not attend to each and every problem, but eventually, I mean, he does everything. So we have Deputy Vice Chancellor and deans, they conduct their duties in the faculties, heads of departments conduct, so the all are interconnected. So, if you go through this article, which you can download very easily, governance and review committees for pharmaceutical programs. So, if you take just pharmaceutical program, you have program management committee, you have primary governance committee, and you have various other committees, review committees. So, you see that each of them are interconnected like that, just like a neural network system. So we know, I mean, if you know these connections, then artificial intelligence, AI, can be used to solve all these problems so that we have a perfect system. So this is one simple example that I have taken to show you how complexity issues of an organization, these are related to each other and connected to each other. Now you cannot control a complex system, but you have many options for guiding it. Say complexity thinking. So there are various guidelines like that. If you go to these articles in the internet, you can see just like your brain, address complexity with complexity. Use a diversity as perspectives. Assume subjectivity and I mean, we do all these things, knowingly or unknowingly. Assumes subjectivity and co-evolution kind of things. Then there are others like steal and tweak. Expect dependence on context. Anticipate, explore, adapt. Shorten the feedback cycle. Keep your options open. So likewise, there are various guidelines for complexity thinking. So, economic complexity methods. So, economy is the most important thing for a nation, for a country, for the entire world. So, economic complexity methods have become popular tools in economic geography. That means economy related to different countries, international development and innovation studies. So that involves the use of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and network techniques to predict and explain the economic trajectories of countries. Economic, just like you put a ball, how does it go? That is a trajectory. Economic trajectories of countries, cities, and regions. And complexity methods measures. They are the measures of relatedness, which estimate the affinity between economies and activities. So affinity between likeness, how they like each other, economics and activities. Anticipate changes in specialization patterns and explain labor market outcomes such as income loss and unemployment. Economic complexity measures are reduced dimensionality representations of specialization matrices. Mathematicians know what matrices is, a particular kind of organization of elements, and you have a set of rules to deal with these things. So these complexity matrices can be easily solved using mathematics. And the economic complexity measures are reduced dimensionality representations of specialization matrices that explain the geography of hundreds of economic activities. And there are measures of economic complexity, explain and predict international and regional variations in income, economic growth, income inequality, gender inequality, and greenhouse emissions and various other issues. You see, there's economic complexity related to absolutely everything on the earth. See, when you talk about complexity, so we can say that this x-axis is, as x-axis moves, complexity increases. And y-axis is the probability or randomness. So we have like organized simplicity, less randomness is very low. So that is very well organized, very simple. And complexity is low. So low complexity, low randomness, in that area we call it organized simplicity. Then as complexity increases and randomness increases, we have what is called organized complexity. All these organizations have this organized complexity. Steam engines like those things have unorganized or disorganized complexity. So they are disorganized means they are very, very random. We cannot predict easily, and they are very complex as well. You see, disorganized or unorganized complexity can go from very low complexity to very high complexity, but the probable randomness is very high. See, if you see the systems like these things, so organized simplicity, that's very simple. This organized way in systems, your behaviors, your relations to each other, and even dynamics, changes, all are this organized simplicity. Then organized complexity. It's not as simple as that. It's not as complex as disorganized complexity. Organized complexity is there's a kind of pattern like this, it's organized complexity. So when complexity increases, we have what is called disorganized complexity, where the pattern is very, very complicated. And we'll address the issue of science of simplicity. So there's a German young scientist, apparently a very shy person, Weaver. For him, science began with the science of simplicity. So even all these Newton's laws and Einstein's predictions, all are simple. According to complexity matrices, they are science of simplicity. So this involved all systems that could be described using trajectories. That means just like, so we throw the ball, we know how it goes. So this is a cricketer. He knows. I mean, if you want to throw balls to a particular point, he knows at what angle, what launch angle, and what speed he has to throw the ball to get into the right position. So all these things can be modeled very easily. Say for a cricketer, like time of flight, the equation is there. Maximum height reach, you have equation. Horizontal range, it goes, you have an equation. So based on the equations, computer models are there. So all these cricketers, now they perform based on scientific analysis. Even this solar system. So if you analyze these things, they have a particular trajectories, particular type of motion. So it is a science of simplicity, not very complex. Pendulum is a very simple harmonic motion. So science of simplicity. So calculus, we see all these differential equations that we use in quantum mechanics, differential equation used, Einstein's equations, you think that they are complex. No, they are science of simplicity. Calculus and differential equations were the languages of science of simplicity. They are like just the language of science of simplicity, but were ineffective to describe other systems. So simple systems you can describe using these equations, but like complex systems, like organizations, it's not that easy to describe. Even Einstein said, God does not care about our mathematical difficulties. He integrates empirically. Empirical means experimentally. Albert Einstein. He says that God does not care about our mathematical difficulties, and he integrates empirically. But we cannot integrate empirically like the God does. Of course, in Einstein's time, he may not he may have had problems, but nowadays, of course, with these advancements in IT, solving this kind of equation is not a problem at all. It's a kind of very simple issue. Then we come to what is called science of disorganized complexity. The science of disorganized complexity came after the simplicity, together with the rise of steam engines and thermodynamics. So humans discovered a science that did not rely on idea of a trajectory, like Newton's laws, but on that of probability. So actually, statistical thermodynamics, the most fundamental science, depends on probability. So everything on Earth, so that is all this disorganized complexity depends on probability. I showed you that disorganized complexity is in the highest probability range. So steam engine, so where this is entropy, that entropy means how we measure the randomness. How we measure the random. So it's a random system. So probability ensembles do not require tracking the identity. So we need not say this is due to that particular thing. So identity or trajectory, path of the elements involved. So whatever the elements, we don't care in disorganized complexity. We don't care about this the identity of elements. So what is this made of? And how it moves, trajectory. And thus can be used to describe systems like gases. So gases, their expansions and all this in thermodynamic analysis, statistical thermodynamics, kinetic molecular theory, all these things are like, under the science of disorganized complexity. So we discussed science of simplicity, then science of disorganized complexity, but we were intuited that our reality goes beyond what we can understand using this simplicity, that means trajectories of paths and probabilities, randomness. So he postulated the emergence of a third science, focused on vast systems for which the identity elements are also involved. We need to say, for example, if you want to analyze problem in the, say, particular sector in the Ruhuna University, we have to tackle within the university. So identity of the element is very important. So if it is in the Peradhan University, it's better we tackle that problem there. So likewise, so third thing, this identity of the element became very important, so that is also important. And patterns of interaction also. So say Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor interacts with all other things, just like if you take simple example like this. So this pattern of interaction, we know that pattern very well. So pattern of interaction is also, and the identity, who is there, who's the department, who is the Burza, likewise. So this identity of elements and patterns are also, we cannot ignore them. They are very, very important. So he called this science, this as the science of organized complexity. So what we have is science of organized complexity. So economic complexity methods have been validated by studies at multiple geographic scales, from countries to cities, and a variety of economic activities, products, industries, occupations, patents, research papers, etc. So relatedness matrices can be unpacked into multiple channels, such as industry, occupation, and location-specific knowledge, to understand the drivers of regional diversification. Say, outcomes can be simple or complex. So there are 5 principles of organized complexity. So, say for example, distribution of prime numbers, numbers that are not divisible by itself, divisible by others except itself and 1. Like 1 is a prime number, 2 is a prime number, 3 is a prime number. So likewise, so distribution of prime numbers ensures that they are as harmoniously distributed as possible along the number line. So they are harmoniously distributed. There's a pattern like this. So the distribution of primes obey a specular reflection and scaling law operating in 3 dimensions as multiples of the number 6. Why multiples of number 6? A harmonious distribution could underlie the intelligence behind complex adaptive systems, biological evolution and life. All this harmonious distribution could underlie the intelligence behind complex adaptive systems, biological evolution and life. The specular reflecting and scaling law which the primes seem to obey appear to prescribe the atomic structure of carbon, like carbon has atomic number 6, so it has 6 protons, 6 electrons, so it's a prime numbers, this distribution, harmonious distribution, just like the atomic structure of carbon, and carbon makes all kinds of compounds, as you all know, and all kinds of structures. So, say these are called Zan polynomials of multiple zigzag chains of carbon structures. Now we have good old days we knew carbon as only different forms like graphite, diamond, etc. Now we have carbon nanotubes, fullerenes. All these have connections. See, all kinds of structures have connections, and we have no time to go into details. But to understand that even these, the economic things, or mathematical things like prime numbers and the relationship between actual materials like elements. See, you see that, I mean, if you take any city or any organization, it can be very, very complex like this. So it's complicated. How economic complexity predicts growth. But nevertheless, we can predict using the complexity of the economy of the country. So we have to take all these inputs, like, I mean, not just one factor, all the inputs. So then you see that's very, very complicated, but nevertheless, we can solve these things and make right decisions. So see, you see now this is a very, very important paper on economics. In 9 years, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania will have the 3 fastest growing economies as measured by total GDP growth. So, so if you measure according to total GDP growth, in 9 years, you can predict that Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania in African countries have the 3 fastest growing economies, according to a paper by a pair of US-based researchers. So meanwhile, the US's total GDP growth will be the 88th fastest, not like these, 88th fastest, lagging behind most of the world. However, while the US will still be the largest economy, the world is catching up. So Harvard's Ricardo Hausman and MIT's sorry if I have pronounced incorrectly, Hidalgo used an important new method of predicting future economic growth. That, they say, is the most accurate model ever produced. So the MIT researcher and Harvard researchers, they got together and they developed a model, and it's basically is the most accurate model ever produced. So Hausman and Hidalgo say that the most important predictor of economic growth is the number of different products a country creates. How many different products that a country creates. So that is a measure of economic growth. The number of different products a country creates with special attention to how many of those products are unique to the country. say our country, we have our traditional medicine. You have all kinds of like pharmaceutical products coming from traditional medicine. So, and we have our like very special minerals. So, so according to Hausman and Hidalgo, they say that the most important predictor of economic growth is not the GDP. Is the number of different products a country creates with special attention to how many of these products are unique to the country. It is not wealth, governance, or education that matters. General education is not even general education that it is what things a country knows how to make. Say pottery. We have very nice kind of pottery in Sri Lanka. So, this is the measure, the method of predicting future economic growth depends on not on wealth, not on governance, not on education of that, but it's what things a country knows how to make. As technologies, what you do is you make things. So you develop things, you create new things. So it's technologies. No? So that is what develops a country. So that shows you how important your discipline is. Technology, how important technology is. Unfortunately, all the universities have, fortunately, all the universities have technology faculties. Unfortunately, my own university does not. University of Peradeniya. I'm for having this technology faculty because this is the area where our young generation can be trained to produce things. So, I mean, we have all other faculties, but we don't have technology faculty. And I don't want to go into details, but however, I mean, it's very important. So you have realized the importance of technological faculty. So like all other universities, even Colombo has started a technological faculty. So it is very important to have technological faculty. Although, of course, we do technology in other faculties, like all other faculties develop new things, but it's good to have a faculty like yours. Faculty of Technology, devoted for technological developments. And complexity and decision making, right? So you remember our good old Sinhalese story. This is, I couldn't find the clay pot, but I found this one. So when, say, the head is strapped, the goat's head is strapped in a clay pot, and our, like, I mean, old days in the kingdom, I don't know whether it's a made-up story or whatever, the advisors did not advise properly. So to get the pot out, they advised to cut the head off, and to get the head, break the pot. Right? So that is not what we should do in decision making. We should understand the complexity of the situation and make the right decision. For example, agriculture. Agriculture is one of the most complex areas, particularly inherent or related to a particular country. So agricultural aids are very, very important, without which agriculture cannot sustain. So, I mean, very first day when the government was planning to ban this agriculture, I was against. I showed them that this is not a very good idea, because agriculture is not just rice farming, not just coconut farming, not just tea farming, all kinds of things are there. Export market, all this dollar problem, because we didn't have, I mean, because of this pandemic situation, we had restrictions of tourism. And then, of course, I mean, the other thing that we get, the gherkin, like Haley's makes gherkin. Now they had to move gherkin production to Chennai. So so therefore, the dollar problem, the part of the dollar problem is due to banning of agrochemicals. So that is not a good decision. So the agriculture is so complex, so we have to put all these issues into complexity matrices and understand properly in decision making. I'm not talking politics, but the thing is that, I mean, that is the understanding complexity and in decision making is very, very important. And now, I have taken this complexity into the plant, so that then comes the knowledge, the importance of knowledge. So knowledge, what has changed in the world history is the amount of knowledge we possess, says Hausman, the director of Harvard Center for International Development. Countries are rich because they know how to make things. I reiterate, keep on telling that countries are rich. Rich countries know how to make things, not necessarily devices. Singapore knows how to tackle their economy through various services. So to make a product, it requires individuals putting pieces of knowledge together. So actually now this face mask that we developed at University of Peradeniya, I mean, it's not me alone who did it. We had a team. We had a medical doctor, a consultant radiologist, Dr. Herat, voluntarily joined, and my students. And then, of course, once we developed this one, so we had to go forward. So we needed to have the state support. We needed to have the industry to produce these things, so and the university support. And fortunately, we got all these things. So to convert knowledge into a commercial product, there are a lot of other steps. So to make a product, it requires individuals putting pieces of knowledge together. So you can, if you are interested, please access this article. It's freely accessible, and it shows you the importance of knowledge in making products. So making products determines the economy of a country. So that means knowledge determines the economy of a country, because knowledge helps making these products. Right, knowledge. So this slide, of course, I showed you in my the previous lecture also. And one of those mastermind born in this Ruhuna is none other than great Kumaratunga Munidasa. And you see, he has written all kinds of these very short stories for very young children. See, Rimat. So, I mean, we read all these stories, but the parents actually give us these books and ask us to read, but just reading is not enough. All these short stories have a very good hidden advice or meaning. Say, for example, wedding feast. The father mistakenly said that you are going to get married to a fox. So fox heard it, and fox demanded. So father wanted to keep his promise. So arranged the wedding. So the daughter got married to a fox, but now that there's a problem, then father knew how to tackle that problem. So what was the wedding gift? A dog. So that fox ran away, the problem solved. So that's a very intelligent way of, I mean, keeping your word is very important. Even though it is not the right thing, you keep the word. If it is wrong, you need to know intelligently how to tackle these things. Likewise, Srimanth is a very small book that shows you how to become a good person from your very, very young age, from inception. He is Araya. How to recognize good and bad friends. Likewise, all these stories have hidden meaning, and the parents, parents, as parents, we should not only ask our children to read these things and remember stories as stories, but we should teach them the meaning behind that. So that, as your Vice Chancellor very correctly stated, in this country, it's a country with people do not have concerns on law. Even if you walk on the road, drive, or whatever, every time people break law. So that if you compare that to Japan, in Japan, no one breaks the law. Law, I mean, it's naturally, they are trained like that from the inception. From the year one onwards, they are trained to how to become a good person. So that is the most important thing. Whatever you are, whoever you are, if you are a good person, law obedient person, then everybody is in that kind. So then country naturally keeps the law and order, just like in the Japan. So all these things, so if you teach them properly from the beginning, so then we can develop a nation very similar to Japanese nation. So knowledge, capital, and economic growth. So this figure plots how long growth rates of real GDP per capita from 1960 to 2000 relate to knowledge capital. Long run real GDP. So this test score and the growth rate. So these countries, see, countries. Different countries in the Hong Kong, China, Korea, Singapore, right? So as time goes, you see the countries, these countries, Korea, Singapore, were very poor countries like 20 years ago. Now that they are one of those most developed countries in the world. So likewise, other countries, say Japan, somewhere there. Japan has been. Japan had a very, historical Japan, several 50 years after the bombing, before this bombing. So Japan was a very poor country. Now that Japan is a very developed country. Unfortunately, I can't see Sri Lanka anywhere in there, in this graph. So in September 2015, the United Nations adopted an aggressive development agenda that included 17 separate sustainable development goals, SDGs, designed to guide investment and development over the next 15 years, just like 20 years you are predicting. In 2015, UN has adopted this aggressive development agenda. Two of these assume particular importance because they will determine whether the other 15 can be achieved. So out of these 17, two are very, very important. Without economic growth that expands the size of the pie chart, there is little hope of reaching the desirable outcomes in terms of health, poverty, nutrition, and inclusion in improvements. And without quality education, so we need economic growth, that is one of those factors, then the quality education. There's little hope of obtaining the requisite long-run growth. So to have long-run economic growth, the most important factors are the economic growth and the quality education. The key, as research now indicates, is the amount of learning that goes on in school, and this differs dramatically across countries. We know that different countries have different sort of systems, education systems, and the amount of learning that goes in schools is different. The fast efforts to expand education in developing countries have been less than completely successful because they have put too much emphasis on access and time in school. So even now we try to be in the school all the time. We have to go to school and stay in the school, and too little on the quality of any schooling. So still most of the developed countries are poor because of this. One of these important factors are not practicing in a proper way. So while there have been dramatic improvements in access to schools across developing regions, following the Millennium Development Goals, the story about learning of students is much less satisfactory. In developing countries continue to rank far behind the developed world. So there is a big difference between the developed world and the developing countries in terms of measured cognitive skills, what we call the knowledge capital of nations. So our parents, they try to push their children to do medicine, engineering, whatever, the highest possible things without recognizing their unique abilities, So developing countries continue to rank far behind the developed world in terms of measured cognitive skills, what we call knowledge capital of nations. So although, right, so cognitive skills are attention, memory, processing, logic and reasoning, mobility, perception. These are cognitive skills. So they are very, very important. School children from the inception, they should be taught. So memory is only one of those, by attention, perception, mobility, logic and reasoning. So the logic and reasoning, processing knowledge. So we get the knowledge, we process the knowledge to our brain or computers, and then we convert that into a product. So those are, so memory is just one. But now in this country, the children are practiced to keep everything in their brain, like memory. And in exams, but it is memory. So that is not the way we should do. Memory is just one important thing, but it's not the everything. So I think, so the time I'll quickly go through the core cognitive capacities. Sustained attention, pattern recognition, cognitive flexibility and control, multiplicity, simultaneous attention, at the same time you should be able to attend to several things. Category formation, response inhibition, speed of information processing, and working memory. See, memory is only one part. So we can, so there are various ways of representing these things. So we will actually skip these things due to time things. So scientists have developed a computer that mimics the brain's neural networks, as I said, and could overcome the speed and power consumption problems of conventional supercomputers. The custom-built computer named Spinnaker produce results like that of the best brain simulation. Supercomputer software currently used for neural signaling research. So we have all, people have, technologists have developed all these things. So just like the brain does, there are computers too, I mean, even better computers than supercomputers are now available. So that this complex issue can be tackled properly and arrive at proper results and use these results in decision making. So today's world requires leaders who can spearhead strategic innovation while understand the technology. So this is very important, not just strategic innovation, but we have to understand the technological complexities that enable it. So this complexity, so we have to tackle everything that is related to a particular thing, and then consider everything, and then solve all these complexity matrices using artificial intelligence software that are available, and then come to a decision. See, knowledge, technology, and complexity in economic growth. So these are the three things. Innovation complexity index is determined by knowledge, technology, and economic growth. So it is necessary to remember that the two main ingredients for the development of new technology are codified knowledge in the form of theories, frameworks, scientific papers, patents, recipes, protocols, routines, and instruction manuals, and basic knowledge or know-how, which is acquired through learning by doing in a long process of imitation and repetition, and which exists only in brain. So in the brain, so we acquire knowledge via various things. So, and then if you look at this global patent map, reveals the structure of technology. So if you take global patent map, say in US, in 1975, number of patents is 50,000. In 2015, it's almost like 250,000 pages. So it's just almost like linear, not exactly linear, somewhere like 0.8. So, but there's a kind of a linear increase in number of patents. But this is in our country, so full patent map of 460 technology categories and 35 technology areas in 2011. You see, all these areas that are related, if you take US, they have patents. So the development of science, technology, innovation, and production require both, so that I discussed that. So with that, now we know that the importance of analyzing the complexity of issues in decision making and its importance economic growth, and we know how knowledge is important, it is very important how knowledge contributes to this one, and then technology. So I'll take my own example. Of course, you are technologists, and you do a great service to the nation by developing technologies. So I will to give you some idea. So I'm doing research in various areas. I'm not going to go into details. So I collaborate with. So to do so, one brain is not enough. So you need to collaborate with many people. I'll show you. I collaborate with various local scientists, engineers, medical doctors, and foreign scientists or scientists in other countries. See, Professor Keerthi Tennakon, a great product of University of Ruhuna, and who we call the Sri Lankan Einstein. So he is now in US after retirement. He worked here in Faculty of Science for a long time in the University of Ruhuna, and then he moved to National Institute of Fundamental Studies, where he was the director, and he is an expert in dye-sensitized solar cells, solar cell research. Professor Peruma and Professor Chandani, Professor Bandara, like physicists, Professor Disanaya, Professor Karim. So I collaborate. These are from science faculty. You see engineers, biologists, with Professor Jayant Rajapaksa, allied health science. Then this is a consultant orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Suravira, and Professor Ranavira engineering. So, and other universities, Professor Udavatta, now deputy chairman of the UGC, and geologist Ruhuna Chandra. Then my own students who did PhDs with me, then with medical doctor, finally to develop this, Dr. Hera. So these are some of those experts that I have collaborated with. So that collaboration gives you ideas, and we can easily make a decision based on many ideas, and sort of tackling all these ideas in a professional way. Say in solar cell research, I collaborate with many scientists, even abroad, Professor Dahlen from Western Norway University, and Professor Raviraj in Jaffna University, and he is from US. So various researchers I collaborate. So I do mineral conversion and bioprosthesis product. So when there's during this war that prevailed in this country, I happened to have a small pain in my ankle, and I visited Dr. Suravir, a good friend of mine, the orthopedic ward, and then he took an X-ray and said, "Oh, I mean, there's nothing in there, but I mean, if you go to my ward, you can see that soldiers with shattered body parts." I said, "I didn't do biology for my O-level even. I can't see even blood." So I have that weakness, but how can I help? He said he doesn't have prosthesis to transplant. Prostheses are metal pieces that you use instead of bones to mimic bones. So I said, what are prostheses? Because I am a math-oriented person, I asked, what are prostheses? So he gave me one. So then I did X-ray fluorescence to find out one is made of stainless steel, the other one is titanium alloy, 90% titanium, 6% aluminum, and 4% vanadium. I said these are medical grade metals. So then I checked in the internet, and Germany has a medical grade, these alloy. So I said, okay, these are there, and shall we meet? So we need, for this project, this is a really, a good example of a multidisciplinary project. So we have all kinds of people joining. So orthopedic surgeon, and there are many other orthopedic surgeons. Yeah, he was doing, he's a medical doctor, now he is working in Australia, Dr. Mahavitana. He was doing my MSc in nanoscience. He was the coordinator of this program. And then we need geologists, we need chemists, we need nanotechnologists, we need biologists, we need engineers, we need medical doctors, we need computer scientists. So we got together and formed what is called biomedical group, and we met every week, and we discussed how to make this, what are prostheses, how to make, and all these key people took lectures in our group, and we understood the problem, each other's tasks, and we developed these prostheses. We made prostheses, actually. So to make prostheses, say suppose you have a deformed or some problem, more broken, say, bone here. So what medical doctors, orthopedic surgeons give us are the X-ray data, CT scan data, and MRI data. So then we have these computer scientists to convert this data into 3D models. And then we have these design engineers, including Professor Anavira, a very senior great engineer, and his assistance means that, of course, we had the blessings of the entire engineering staff, Dr. Herath, Mrs. Herath, etc. So then design engineers, they designed this, the missing bone part to 1 micron precision. And then production engineers, Professor Pathirna, Mrs. Pathirna, so they produce, using computer control this program, so they produce these prostheses to 1 micron precision. And then they gave it to us to make it, because your body doesn't like metal parts. So your body rejects these metal parts. So what they do is now, so what you have to fool your body saying that this is not a metal, this is actual bone. So we need to know the structure of bone, so we know what bone is made of. It's a nanotechnological architecture of hydroxyapatite nanoneedles. The architecture is made using collagen biopolymer. So we have hydroxyapatite in a powder. So impure apatite, we developed method to convert this impure hydroxyapatite into pure hydroxyapatite nanoneedles, just like those the constituents in your bones, like 3 nanometer wide, circular, the diameter, and 15 nanometer length. So we developed method to make right hydroxyapatite, pure hydroxyapatite nanoneedles, and then using polymethyl methacrylate, that is what orthopedic surgeons use as bone cement, we made these nanotechnological architectures. We gave the conditions for them to assemble on their own, what we call self-assembly principle. That is how your bones, your organs are formed. No one has made it, so it's self-assembled under right conditions. And then we developed technologies, special technology called atomized spray pyrolysis, to coat these hydroxyapatite nanoneedles with PMMA on these metal prostheses. And then we gave them to biologists for the evaluation, biological studies, toxicity, biocompatibility, cell adhesion, what they call osteointegration. And then we've been electrochemists also. We developed corrosion studies of these metals, even after coating in these corrosive body fluid enamels. And that took about 1 year or so. And the first prostheses that we developed were it took some time to get ethical clearance, and doctors were quite hard to get ethical clearance. And after getting the ethical clearance, first prosthesis that we made was transplanted in a needy patient, 11-year-old girl those days, who lost this wall there, this born here due to three-wheeler accident. See, I'm not going to go in details. You see this like hydroxyapatite nanoparticles that we made, and the prosthesis you made, and doctors doing surgeries, and then before transplantation, after transplantation. You have I think we have time, so we have a video. So that will show you everything rather than telling all this. I'm not going to go into too much of scientific details in this forum, but I show you the importance. So next video, the video, could you please? That'll explain everything. The group. Vice Chancellor doste. Just like yours,
සවි බලය දරා
actually was very useful. My wife wrote it, and my students actually ran it. And it helped us collect funds from industries to make these prostheses, to buy these. Actually, first sample we got free of charge. There's medical grade metals. And then, of course, this Dr. Surya said there are more than 300 children with brittle bone disease. Their bones are not strong as ours. They can't lift their bodies up. Usually, they don't live long. So, I mean, I know one of our teachers' son, also grandson, was born with this one. So he was my teacher's son was working in Singapore. Even there, they could not help. So, but then our engineers, when we discussed that one, they developed what is called telescopic prosthesis. Just like if you take umbrella, you know there is a hollow cylinder and metal bar goes in. So likewise, if you make a prosthesis with hollow cylinder and metal bar going in, so as you grow, and there are various stages that it can expand. We called it telescopic prosthesis. So we developed, for the first time in the world, we developed this telescopic prosthesis. And however, you know the importance of this prosthesis, how many accidents happen in the country. But nevertheless, we could not go far beyond doing these couple of examples and developing this telescopic prosthesis to treat this brittle bone disease for the first time in the world, but we couldn't go beyond because we could not find as an industrial partner, because there were we tried our best, even medical doctors tried. So because our people were not prepared to take a risk, because this involves a lot of instruments and all kinds of capital, initial capital. So therefore, this did not, although it's important, so even if you do inventions, what is most important is then carrying it forward. So that part requires this is a proof actually. We have, these people are still living after operation. So this brittle bone, the telescopic prosthesis is the first time in the world we developed. But nevertheless, it didn't go far. So there are a lot of other things that I have done. Due to time constraints, I'm going to skip all these things. Now we have this power cuts and all. So we make this Godchen, Dr. Marcus, who is making Vega car, gave us this project to make this flow batteries and lithium-ion batteries in Sri Lanka. He gave this project to me, so I retired my teachers and students. And these electrodes, actually carbon graphite electrodes, we make. These huge electrodes, we need like 56 of these things to make 10 kilowatt-hour battery. So this is an example of a flow battery. As quickly go. Because your time is important. So. And so you see, market price is huge. We have, Sri Lanka is one of 5 countries having the highest quality vein graphite. So global market of graphene is 630 million in 2020. Projected value by 2025 is $1.5 billion at a 19.5% growth from 2020 to 2025. And this expanded graphite that we have produced, I showed that in the everywhere, even that was in the Ruhuna news. The global oil spill management market size is $131.16 billion in 2015. Based on estimates done in 2015, the market size value in 2020 is $159.62 billion. So we can easily convert, actually this expanded graphite we made from reject, because in graphite mine in Bogala, when they break this, when they mine, they hammer and the stone pieces with graphite attached, they discard. So we took these stone pieces and then we developed acid solution for this graphite to selectively come into solution and make expanded graphite. Means graphite is just like a card pack with billions of cards. the space between consecutive cards we increase, so that there's enormous area inside, so that can absorb. Graphite doesn't like water, it likes oil. So if oil is spilled in water, so this oil, when you put this graphite, as I have video but time constraint, I'm not going to show it, but all these oils electrically go into that graphite, expanded graphite. If you have a mat of expanded graphite, you just put on the oil spill and take all the oil molecules will go in, take it and squeeze it, so you get the oil recovered and put that back there and take more oil likewise. So we develop graphene is the material with highest electronic conductivity, highest thermal conductivity. And the discoverers in UMIS received Nobel Prize also. So we can make graphene, we can make a very special type of expanded graphite capable of absorbing 120 grams of spilled oil per 1 gram of graphite, expanded graphite. So biochar only about 6 grams, and here 125, because there's enormous space in between. And very easily you can make it. When there's a ship disaster came, so actually I showed this and I talked to them, but I didn't go far in this country. See, we converted this ilmenite into 100% pure titanium dioxide. We have 2 patents, local patents, and we have applied for world patent also. I'll quickly go to. So this one is a video showing how we work with industries to make very special type of fabrics. Fabrics just like lotus leaf and antimicrobial, killing bacteria, virus, etc. Fabrics that do not kill, and fabric that are anti-static. So based on this knowledge, we developed. So when this pandemic came, we had the knowledge of converting these various types of as fabrics to give very special properties, nanotechnology developing them. So, so when this pandemic came, we wanted to develop a face mask with unique properties. So face mask, usual face masks are made of polypropylene, and they are meant for one-time use. So that means that there are like 7.5 billion people in this world. So if each and every person wears a plastic piece every day and throw, we are throwing 7.5 billion plastic pieces to the environment every day. So that is a huge disaster. You can't, can you imagine that disaster? And you cannot predict what is going to come in the future. So we want to develop a biodegradable, environmentally friendly, reusable one. So this face mask, so we want to develop with very special properties so that we can keep on washing up to about 30 washing cycles we guarantee, we have measured properties, and the mask has all these properties remaining up to 30, so that at least for 1 month you can use this mask. So you are throwing, there's a cotton-based one with materials that are used are environmentally friendly, and also these materials help the biodegradation of cotton. Cotton is a biodegradable natural material. So we made, and so I have no time to explain, but we got 17 tests done, including this SARS-CoV-2 test from London Virological Laboratory. It costs about 1.9 million rupees per test. So our industry actually bears the cost. And we did, Professor Fasiya Nordin did RSV virus test, antiviral test, and biology and other microbiologists did antibacterial tests. And we developed this face mask with 3 layers, and this video will explain everything. So this is, sorry if I have taken a little bit more time, this is the last video, that 3-minute video will explain everything.
Is an environmental friendly, biodegradable, low cost, reusable and antimicrobial face mask with water and blood repellency and stain resistance. It also repels and destroys any aerosolized viruses or bacteria. In this multifunctional face mask, the target has been to reduce both the waste burden and the impact on the environment. As such, cotton, a commonly available natural degradable fabric material, has been used in 3 layers, nanotechnologically modified individually, to have unique inherent properties. The outer layer cotton fabric is super hydrophobic to repel any aerosolized viruses and microbes as well as blood or any other water-based stains, comparable to a lotus leaf shedding water. Any microbes penetrating the outer layer will reach the nanotechnologically modified middle layer with multimodal antimicrobial activity. Micro and nanoparticles are used to partially block the pores of the woven cotton fabric via chemical bonding to a level of 300 nanometers, resulting in nanometric range filtration. The adjustable ear loops ensure tight fitting to the face of the wearer. A unique mask design and a metal or plastic nose plate addresses the problem of air escape at the nasal bridge. The innermost layer is made up of 100% hydrophilic cotton to absorb carbon dioxide and moisture present in the exhaled air. This face mask can be reused even after 25 cycles of washing or disinfection, at least for a period of 1 month. The nanoparticles used in these masks are safe in a wide range of applications, including medical and cosmetic industry. High airflow tests and wash cycles have proven that the chemically bonded nanoparticles are stable and do not detach from the fabric surfaces. The mask has medical grade characteristics with high resistance to flammability, satisfactory results in differential pressure tests for breathability, and is highly resistant to blood and fluid permeation. Respiron AV.
I'm going to skip all these things. Actually, I work with many other industries developing products for the country. Time is not allowing me to go through all these things. So even we try to make solar grade silicon from parts. And collaborate with the UK, German, and US scientists do targeted drug delivery like anti-cancer drugs, all kinds of things. I'm going to skip these things. I involved in many other international programs also. And finally, I want to thank you for inviting me to this very prestigious event and vesting me the honor and prestige of the keynote speech. And thank you very much, sir, Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, and Dean of Technology and other deans, and all of you, and have a good day. Sorry if I have taken a little bit more time, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the valuable keynote speech, which has a timely relevance to the modern context. And now, we cordially invite Senior Professor Sujeev Amarasena, the Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, to present the token of appreciation to the keynote speaker. And to accompany the chief guest, we cordially invite Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardana, the Dean, Faculty of Technology.
Thank you very much, sir. The story of Vijay and Koeni intrigues everyone. The mysticism, the grandeur, and the importance attached to this historical event is immense. In fact, This tale is often considered as the dawn of the nation. In the realm of literature and creative expression in Sri Lanka, there have been many attempts to resurrect this iconic event in different forms. However, today, the students of the Faculty of Technology, University of Ruhuna, are ready to recreate this event before this audience. Dear ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy the timeless anecdote of Vijay and Queni.
Surya හිරුගෙන් ලදරැස් ලකට බෙදාහල සීහෙල සඳලුරන්ගේරන්ගිරදු හදගැබදු රන්ගිර විඳ පන්හත නොබිඳේ සඳ සුවසේ Kasini manmad chitra Vinsara devi padmadoni Kankalu asuri surarani පිපිරුවින් මල් පාතබන නදින්වන් ගිලිසැලේ මං පෙත්‍රේ ඔන්න බලන්දැන් මන්දිරයේ සඳක්වන් දෝසතරේ නකත්දුන් සොබාසිරි කැන්දනා පිරණි කුමරියන්
සින්න වෙවි දුකෙන් පෙම් ආදවනා හදක්නම් රැඳීමුවේ පෙම්සිනා කම්සපුරටවන් වරිගෙ බැඳී තහංචි භාරවනා හදත්වන් සිතා මතාවෙන් කළා අසුර බලෙන්නුන්
රත්කුලයේ උපන්නුන් සෝන පෙළේ බලෙන්වන් බෙදා දොසේ සුන් වෙනා විජය කුමරුගෙන් පන්නදමා පුරෙන්දැන් රාජ බලේ නොදුන් හිම් දුකේ සිතේ වැළපුණා යන්න හිතත් නම් සක්පුරයේ ගොසින් හුන් ජීවහත්ත සබරබිම් පුරා මුදා යත්කුලේ හයිය හිතෙන් දැන් රැන්දු සිරේ ලෙසින් පන් පැහැරගනී පුතුන්නන් එපා හෝ දෙන්න එපා ඇගේ පුතනුවන් හඬනා කඳුලද කැපයිදෝ උරුමයිදෝ වෙඳුරේ දිවියම සිරගතදෝ පියසකදෝ
විෂගෙදුවේ වෙෂගේ නගෝ දැසවසයි
සම්මුද බියවුන් මාදලිය මෙත්සිත් වඩනා මරගේ ගිරේ තනිව වෙසේ මාල පබරු කොයි බුද්ධං ගුණලං කරගෙන හිත්ගිනි නිවනා කනිනගිනේ කනනනෙනේ බොමදැනුම වෙයි සංසුන් සිත අනියත ලොව යුතුකම් පමනා බැඳපු දාගබද උලවදෝ හද ගැබදෝ දාගබනු පිතින් හද වැලපේ ඇය දුකසේ රැඳවූ ගල්ගේ වශකිරදෝ හද ගැබදෝ ගල්ගේ බිඳපන් හද නොබිදේ ඇය සුවසේ මාදන්නාරන් කඳ සෝනා අවුරන්ලී උන්මද චන්ද්‍රා සන්‍යාසී සිංහල දෝනි පිරුවට අදිති සිල්පේවී සුනුබුණු පාවේ ගිනිමත් දහනේ පාපැටලි පැටලි ආවේ පෙරදා කිවේ පුවතත ඇගේ වැළලුනි නොසොයා ඉතිහාසේ අද පෙරලෙසනොව සෙව්වේ බැලුවේ සිංහල අප නුඹ සෙනේ නිසා නුඹ නැතු ඉදිරියේ හිඳිනිමි දේවී නෙතු පිය එසවුනි කුවිනියගේ නෙතු පිය එසවුනි කුවිනියගේ ඝන ලෙසට පුරාතන කුවිනි විරාජන අසුර හෙලේ බල අසුර හෙලේ බල අසුර හෙලේ බල හෙලේ සවන කරා නද පිදින උදෑසන උපත ලබාගෙන දිලෙන පුරා සඳ කනහපුරේ යලි කනහපුරේ යලි කනහපුරේ යලි කනහපුරේ නොකර එදා කළ වරද මෙදා යලි මැදුර ලබනු අභිෂේක විසෝවර කුවිනි කුවානන කුවානන කුවිනි කුවානන කුවිනි කුවානන නුඹට සෙනෙහි මම අදට එලෙසමය අපේ පෙළය නුඹ තිලක තිලක නුඹගේ හෙලේ මේ නුඹගේ හෙලේ මේ නුඹගේ හෙලේ මේ හෙලේ शृंखलित शक्र पद्म मधु गंध भरित अरविंद सपिरि विल कुल्ल कल्ल हर चित्र विक्र गिरि शिक्र उज्जुम्र रश्मि अमृत कर कुल्ल मातंग नित्य रत्रंग रुपुन भंग कर कन्न कनश कुल වෙන කලනි රම්මේ සුම්මේ රජ බරිය පිරණි වයඹ කුලිනි සඳ කිදුරි
गजायुधधारी घन गजा जीवगामी घट घटा गाने गाने घन गगर जजर गजनि कुमरि सम्मु चंदिमाली चर चरु लोचनाली चल चला चल्लु लल्ली चल बदन चंपु चरण चपरि प्रभादी प्रमोदी प्रिय प्रदीपादि प्रेमी गुरु प्रजापालिकादि प्रभु परम पर्व बबलि पति हुआने न गोविंदन कुणाली कुलांबी गुरु कुएनी कुमारी कुल करवि करवि कुकुरी चनी चानया चानन छाय चात चामी जय चला बाट गामी चल चरिय जनित खबोज जय लगे लाल नीलोलय लिया लामि लो पालनु लोए लोक लीला लसि लगनि लकम ललित लुलित मनोहारी माली मलि मंदिशी मधुरी मनु मिहि मानकारी मधु मदर किरग मंगल मकुट कबीरा उराची अज रहे नीरजी नीरन रुचि रान रानी रुदि रुवट रास रिविदु रुसिरु
नादिनी नंदनी नवोदी नुरानी नुदनिले नागनारी नव नलिनी नरनी नकिनी नयनी दयानी धरेनी धन धनानी दीपानी दिनु दये दूदिगासी दश दिगत दिदुर धम्म सैनी भवानी त्रिभुवन पद भवानी भूपाली बनु भमावी विमानी बल बधुर भक्ति मुंदनी धरि समाधि समापत्ति समुदी सुदेवी सुर सुभावी सुबोधि सखि सकल मुख सुमग पतन पता तोल ताली तुल धरी तामरासी तत वही तारु काली तन तंदन तदन दमाया नयानी यु यु युधकारी यश युगाधि परदीनी यह दसन यशस यह देहि हटाऊ हेले हेतु हला हारि हारि हरुमई हारि गावी हेल हरिनि हिरनि हगरि हसिनि दिशा दोनि वाणी वश पेले वासुदेवी वर्धना वासनावी वश विजित वरनि ववि मुगिरनि
Thank you very much, dear students, for that mesmerizing performance. And now we are moving on to one of the most important items of the ceremony today. An oration by Dr. N.W.J.A.L. Prince from the Department of Electrical and Information Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna. To introduce the orator, we cordially invite Dr. Chitra Lambuatta, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to announce the orator today, Dr. Noeline Wilhelmina Prince. Dr. Prince received her primary and secondary education at the Ladies College Colombo, where she excelled in academics and involved in extracurricular activities. She graduated with BSc Engineering Honours from the University of Moratuwa with Mechanical Engineering specialization, where she was the only female in her class and won university colors for LA 2 years in a row. She graduated with Master of Arts in Intercultural Studies from Colombo Theological Seminary in 2021 and her PhD in Biomedical Engineering from University of Miami, USA in 2015. At the University of Miami, she was the postdoctoral researcher that conducted a clinical trial in invasive brain-machine interface, BMIs, on a quadriplegic. Before that, at the Faculty of Medicine, University of Geneva, Switzerland. As a scientist, she researched on comparison of invasive deep brain simulation, in short it is DBS, and non-invasive EEG neurophysiology in physiological disorders such as Tourette's syndrome, OCD, and Parkinson's. Her PhD work researched feedback mechanisms for reinforcement learning based on algorithms to improve predictions of BMIs using non-human primates. As a quality engineer at Goody Compliance International USA, she was a consultant for medical device regulations in FDA applications, including gap assessment, design process, FMEA review and remediation, IQ, OQ, PQ corrective actions, risk management plans, and reports. Currently, she is a senior lecturer at the Department of Electrical and Information Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna, teaching biomedical engineering, machine learning, analog and digital electronics. Her previous teaching experience includes signals and systems, biomedical systems analysis, advanced topics in neuroscience, anatomy and physiology of CNS, the limbic systems, neural engineering, fundamentals of computational neuroscience, and biomedical equipment technology. She is a member of 3 ethical review committees, such as Institute of Engineers, Sri Lanka, IESL, Faculty of Engineering, and also the University of Ruhuna. She is a monthly contributor for the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, IEEE, Neuroethics Working Group. She is a student counselor and the faculty advisor for career guidance at the Faculty of Engineering. She is the principal investigator of an ongoing clinical trial at the Teaching Hospital Karapitiya titled Computational Assistant Rehabilitation in Improving Hand Function of Patients with Stroke. She is an eloquent speaker that has spoken and been chair at several international conferences and to multiple audiences, including the grand rounds of Department of Neurological Surgery and the Miami Project to Cure Paralysis in 2019. Recently, she presented the Dr. J.B. Piri's oration at the Association of Sri Lankan Neurologists Annual Congress held 2 weeks ago on the topic, Monkeys Playing Video Games Lead to a Paralyzed Man Walking. Today, she will present her work titled Engineers Mimicking Reinforcement Learning in the Brain. Thank you.
Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Sujiva Amrasena, Venerable Clergy, Keynote Speaker Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksa, University of Peradeniya, Deputy Vice Chancellor Professor Saman Chandana, Deans of all the faculties, Council members, Chairperson Dr. Gunawardena, Secretary Dr. Vitarana, and the Organizing Committee of the 19th Academic Sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Awards. Registrar, Bursar, librarian and other administrative staff, emeritus professors, fellow academics, distinguished guests, and eminent audience. Wouldn't you all agree that this was a remarkable video of how crows can be trained to do different tasks? They're motivated by a food pellet of reward to go and pick up cigarette butts. This is the basis of reinforcement learning. So reinforcement learning is an adaptive process in which an animal or a person utilizes its previous experience to improve outcomes of future choices. Here I'm going to focus on 3 key phrases. It's adaptive, which means it's not static. It changes from moment to moment. It relies on previous experience. So theoretically, the more experience someone has, the better performing that person should be. And finally, it's trying to improve the outcomes of future choices. Our keynote speaker spoke about decision making. So reinforcement learning is about making decisions to maximize the cumulative reward in the long term. So the reward circuitry in the brain, it's twofold. One is the dopaminergic pathways and second is the serotonin pathways. At the intersection of these two, we have a structure called the nucleus accumbens, which is responsible for reward in the brain. So reinforcement learning, as I said, is reward driven. It's motivated by the perception action reward cycle in the brain. There are 2 other types of learning in the brain. The second one is supervised learning that you see in blue. Here, rather than being reward driven, it's error driven. You know exactly what your intended outcome is. When you do a performance, you measure against that intended outcome and you measure the error. For example, in our assessment techniques. When a student goes and writes an exam, we give them a mark saying 80%. The student knows exactly that it needs to improve 20% more. This is the error that drives supervised learning. Reinforcement learning, on the other hand, is driven by reward. The third type of learning is unsupervised learning, which is neither driven by reward nor error. It relies solely on the nature of the input data. So Dr. Ambawatha gave me a wonderful introduction. Thank you, sir. He did say that I'm a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering. You're probably wondering if I've got my wires crossed somehow and started giving a neuroscience lecture. Well, it turns out that we engineers do our best work when we mimic God's given nature. Again, the keynote speaker wonderfully laid the foundation about algorithms that are mimicking the brain. We study the brain, I'm a neural engineer, we study the brain in order to mimic the processors to make algorithms. Then in turn, we use those algorithms to help alleviate nervous system disorders. Engineers mimicking reinforcement learning in the brain. I wish to thank the organizing committee and reviewers for selecting my work for the 19th academic sessions and 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony. I want to also appreciate the organizing committee and the technical committee that went into accommodating many technical changes last minute. So I'm going to be talking about two things today. First is actor-critic reinforcement learning, and I'm going to be talking about the results of the monkey experiments I did. These are the non-human primate work. Secondly, I'm going to be talking about supervised learning and some of the human experiments that I did. This falls under a broad category of research called brain-machine interfaces, BMI, or brain-computer interfaces, BCI, or in layman's terms, thought-controlled robots. The first step here is the neural data acquisition. In other words, you're trying to get the signal from the brain. This can be in terms of EEG, that you put a head cap on the scalp, ECOG, where you do a surgery and put a strip on the surface of the brain, or you can go a few millimeters into the brain to get local field potentials or spikes. Once you acquire this data, you send it to the signal processing block. The first step here is the pre-processing. You clean up the data, you remove all the noise, and have it nicely aligned to a form that our algorithm can use. Next is the feature extraction step. Here you're looking at key markers in the data that's responsible for movement. For example, the frequency or the power in different frequency bands, or it can be the firing rate. Final step here is the algorithm or the decoder. Very much like the algorithms that are run on your phones, search engines, or even social media photo tagging. What this does is it's trying to find the input and output mapping. We all know that there are redundancies in the brain. Therefore, it's not a one-to-one mapping. It's an optimization problem. You have a set of equations that's trying to find the mapping between these features and the output that's desired. So once that output is calculated, you give it to the actuator. This can be a robotic arm, a joystick, the computer cursor, or even one's own hands and feet. Finally, the loop is closed by giving feedback to the person. This is the foundation of supervised learning. Reinforcement learning differs in one key aspect. That is the reward. You give this reward to the algorithm itself. So algorithms that are reward-driven are reinforcement learning. Here, there's a special class of algorithms called actor-critic reinforcement learning, where you get a signal from the brain to move an actuator. You get it from the motor cortex, which is responsible for movement. You pass it through the actor part of the algorithm, which converts it to a command. Now, the actor needs to know if this was correct or wrong, so that signal is given by the critic. The critic criticizes the action taken by the actor. So the motor cortex in the brain is responsible for giving the actor signal, and the striatum, the nucleus accumbens in the striatum in the basal ganglia, is responsible for giving the critic signal. So in our non-human primate work, we chose common marmosets that were small in size. We implanted them with 2 electrode arrays. One targeting the hand and arm region in the primary motor cortex. So we would go about 2 millimeters in. That's what you see here with M1. And the NACC, or the nucleus accumbens. So we would target the nucleus accumbens in the striatum. About 8 millimeters deep, we would hit the striatum. And on the top right-hand corner, you see the 2 arrays that we inserted in. Each of these arrays are made up of 16 different wires. Each wire is about 50 microns in diameter, slightly thicker than a human hair. So we put the monkey down, do a craniotomy, insert the electrodes using the stereotaxic, cover him up, let him recover. In a week or 2, we bring him back to the lab and look at what the channels or the neural signal looks like. These are neural signals from a monkey brain. Human brains look very much similar. So what the algorithm is trying to do is to make sense out of these squiggly lines. So in our reinforcement learning paradigm, we had 2 choices. Either you could go left or you could go right. In a basic task like this, we were able to get pretty good accuracies from the get-go. So we did these experiments, we collected data, but halfway through, now keep in mind our monkeys are not staying in one place, they're jumping all around. One of the animals damaged the connector on the head, and we thought our experiments were done. That's when one of our postdocs said, you know what, why don't we plug him in and see what the signals look like? So that's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we did. We plugged him in, and what you see on the left of this vertical line is the system working before the electrodes got damaged. At that black line is when the perturbations happened, or half of those electrodes were broken. If you notice, the performance drops. The reason this performance drops is because the algorithm that was expecting 16 inputs is now getting 8 inputs. Of course, it's not able to perform well. However, without any external intervention, just within a few trials, in less than 10 trials, you see that the performance goes back up to 90%. This is the beauty of reinforcement learning. In the inset here at the bottom, the dashed lines you see is supervised learning, which is not able to maintain its accuracy. It's not able to learn on the fly. For those of you who are familiar with artificial neural networks, these are the weights of the hidden layer and the output layer. Up until this dashed vertical line, you see the system working really beautifully. And after that, the chaos reward signal from the critic, it was able to come back to a high performing level. And then it was able to maintain the performance. In the dashed line that you see in this insert are supervised learning decoders, which is not able to readjust and come back up. But this gave us a lot of confidence. For those of you who are familiar with artificial neural networks, these are the weight updates. Up until this line over here, you see that the weights or the parameters of the algorithm is very smooth. But the moment you have a perturbation, 50% of the neurons are dropped, you see the chaos that happens. This is the algorithm trying to re-optimize itself, trying to relearn the mapping between the input and the output. And then in a few iterations, it's able to have a steady pace again. So in reinforcement learning, how we did this is through something called Hebbian reinforcement learning.
Neural network,
those of you in the neuroscience, you're not new to this.
Dash line, the system
Phi together, Y together. This is the method we use. In other words, what we did was we looked at the wiring or the connections that were responsible to give a positive outcome, and we reinforced every single node of that shape. This is what Hebbian reinforcement learning.
And it's able to perform better. For those of you in neurosciences, this is Hebbian reinforcement learning. You phi together, you Y together. What we do here is we reinforce the pathway or every single node in the artificial neural network that gave rise to a positive outcome and feed it back to the algorithm. This is essentially what Hebbian reinforcement learning is. And for the mathematicians and engineers in the audience, here's what the output looks like and the update equation. So in our system, we noticed that the overall performance is always limited by the critic accuracy. So the performance that you see in these black, red, and the blue lines was always below that 45-degree angle. As much as the critic was accurate, the system was able to perform well. In biological data, we cannot get 100% accuracies. So this is a key limiting factor in our system. We needed to decouple the critic accuracy from the overall accuracy. So what we did was we introduced a threshold mechanism or a confidence metric. What this sounds like is when the critic gives feedback to the actor, the critic would say, you did a good job, or you did the right thing. However, I'm not sure of how good my feedback is. Or it would say, you were spot on, and I'm absolutely confident that my feedback is correct. So if the critic was confident in its feedback, the actor would use it. If the critic was unsure about its feedback, the actor would ignore it. By doing this, we were able to decouple the critic accuracy from the overall accuracy. And the figure you see here, the blue line was the previous system, and the red line is once we introduced the confidence metric. As you notice, we've achieved our target in decoupling the critic accuracy from the overall accuracy. But again, we had a challenge that simulated data did not look like real data. So in the middle here, you see the simulated data with additional noise. And on the right-hand side is the actual monkey data. So we saw that reinforcement learning works with lesser number of trials. It learns from experience. It does not need extensive training, especially if the inputs change. And it can readjust its parameters. So the second part is about supervised learning. Here, from animal experiments, we moved on to human experiments. And first, we did the non-invasive clinical trials with EEG head caps. We chose spinal cord injured subjects who were C5 motor complete, which means that they had shoulder movements, they had slight elbow movement, but absolutely no hand function. And instead of a robot, we used the person's own hand. We put electrodes on the surface of the skin that would activate the muscles in order to open and close. Here's an example of one of these tasks. Unfortunately, you don't see the video, but the person is asked to think about moving And if the algorithm interprets this correctly, it is fed back to the hand in order to open and close the hand. If the algorithm interprets it wrong, then there's no hand movement. So we did a bunch of these trials. We tried both spinal cord injured patients and also control subjects. There was no significant difference between the two groups. We also tried different numbers of data in order to train the algorithms. Those are the dark and light colored lines that you see. Again, there was no significant difference. So rather than having wires connected all over, having things on the surface of his skull, we thought we would move on to completely internalizing this system. So these were the clinical trials that we did with invasive methods. Here we chose participants who were 22 plus, same criteria as before, Asia A or B, C5 motor complete, chronic injuries. Other than the SCI, they were pretty much in stable health conditions. For our neural data acquisition system, we used the ECOG, Medtronic PC plus S. This is very similar to the deep brain stimulation generator. Actually, it's the same thing that we repurposed. So in deep brain stimulation, you give a pulse to the brain to stop tremors. In addition, this plus S means you're also able to collect data from the brain. So we deactivated the stimulation channels and only used the sensing channels to collect the data. The investigational device is very, very similar to the cardiac pacemakers. You have the electrodes, rather than going to the heart, you have the electrodes going to the brain, wired under the skin, and the transmitter sits under the clavicle. For our actuator, rather than having electrodes pasted all over his body, we decided to use an orthosis, which is commonly used for rehab purposes. Systems.
To functional electrical stimulation, orthosis, which was a Baroness H200. The advantage of this system was that it's wireless, very similar to the previous setup that we had. This was FDA approved and used very commonly for rehab purposes. Here's our full system. You had the electrodes implanted subdurally, the wires would go under the skin, and the transmitter is implanted under the clavicle of the patient. Then it communicates wirelessly to a receiver that's in his pocket. That communicates to the computer, which has the algorithm, and then from there, wirelessly, the signal is passed to the hand. Prior to the surgery, we did a fMRI and asked the subject to think about moving his hand. Wherever that lighted up, that's where we put the electrodes. Here you see the surgical team. At the center, you have the chief of neurosurgery. To his right, you have the 2 neurosurgeons. And to his left, you have the 2 engineers. We drilled a craniotomy and we implanted 2 sets of wires that were about the size of my finger with 4 contacts each. Once he was closed up, he was discharged in a couple of days with no complications due to surgery. And in about a week, we brought him back to the lab. Here is the first day back in the lab. If you notice, his hands are shaking a lot. He doesn't have full grasp of the system. But in a week, here is where he was. Again, he doesn't have quite fine control of it, but he's able to move, he's able to pick up, he's able to grasp and move up. So we studied the improvement over the course of 11 weeks and found out, you notice here, day number 1, he started at 55% accuracy, which is chance level for a 2-choice task. By the end of week 1, he had already gone up to 90%. Within the 11 weeks of the study, he was able to maintain his accuracy at about 89%. Not just the accuracy of the algorithm, but even his accuracy of being able to move a cup from one side to the other side also improved. It improved so much that by week number 3, we had introduced a piece of checkers for him to pick and move to the other side. And you notice here he's able to do much finer motor movements than he was able to before. We didn't stop here. We had him do the tasks of the Jepson-Taylor hand function test, page turning, lifting small objects, feeding himself, stacking checkers, lifting cans, and even writing. From week 10 to week 29, you see how much the writing has improved. Not just the time that it took, but also the fluidity of the letters. In summary, in supervised learning, here we needed to have a known output to compare in order to generate that error because it's error-driven. However, in a simple basic task, we did not need to have extensive training. Just about 2 minutes of data was enough. And this works well in the lab or the clinical environment where we would be able to give that error signal. So when I talked about different types of learning in the brain, I completely set aside unsupervised learning, and I did not talk about this. So the next step was to be able to use unsupervised learning and send this patient home with the system. So we developed an app. We had some undergraduates create a backpack to hold all the electronics. Here you see him picking up a brush. Combing himself. And picking up different objects that he needs around the house. So last year, this video is from last year when he went home with the system. So I want to thank quite a few people. Firstly, our subject. Next, our clinical staff, both in the human side and in the monkey side. My supervisors, Justin Sanchez, who was my PhD supervisor. Eric Polmile, also a mechanical engineer who taught me everything I know about monkey surgeries. Abhishek Prasad, my postdoctoral supervisor. Collaborators over the years and students so many that have come in and out of the labs. And finally, the donors and funding agencies without whom we would not be able to do this remarkable research. I want to end here by letting you know that the future is here. At University of Ruhuna, you do not need to look too far. Together with the Teaching Hospital Karapitiya, faculties of Engineering and Medicine, University of Ruhuna, we have a clinical trial studying the effectiveness of brain-computer interfaces on stroke rehab. We are very excited to get this work started very soon. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Madam, for the comprehensive and informative oration. And now we cordially invite Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ruhuna, to present the token of appreciation to the orator, which would be received by Dr. Chitra Lamboatta, the Dean, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna. To accompany the chief guest, we cordially invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Ruhuna, Professor Saman Chandan Edrivira.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite the following dignitaries to the head table. The chief guest of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award Ceremony, the Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Professor Saman Chandana Edirivira, the Chairperson of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award Ceremony, and the Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardana, the Secretary of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award Ceremony, University of Ruhuna, Dr. Hashini Vitarana.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we have one of the key events of today's ceremony, awarding the Best Presenter Awards of the 18th academic sessions of University of Ruhuna. For that, we have the honor of inviting the chief guest of this ceremony, the Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena, and to accompany the chief guest, we invite the Secretary of this event, Dr. Hashini Vitarana. We would also like to invite Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardana, the Dean of Faculty of Technology, to call upon the award winners.
Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Oral, Together Towards Excellence in Humanities, Venerable Aparakke Sirisudamma, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Best Presenter Oral Technical Sessions Together Towards Excellence in Engineering, Dr. C. Seneviratne, Faculty of Engineering. Best Presenter Together Toward Excellence in ICT and Mathematics, Miss K.G.P. Hansani, Faculty of Science. Best Presenter Together Toward Excellence in Livestock, Food and Biotechnology, Dr. M.K. Srihani, Faculty of Science. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards Excellence in Management, Dr. B.L. Galhena, Faculty of Management and Finance. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards Excellence in Medical and Health Sciences, Miss W.N.D. De Silva, Faculty of Medicine. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards Excellence in Social Sciences, Dr. N. Kimbia Hetty, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards Excellence in Soil, Water and Environmental Science, Dr. K.A.S. Kodikara, Faculty of Science. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards in Excellence, Mr. P.H.P.N. Laksiri, Faculty of Technology. Best Presenter Poster, Together Towards Excellence in Agriculture, Dr. S.R. Amarasinghe, Faculty of Agriculture. Dr. D.M. Gamage, Faculty of Agriculture. Miss Ashani Buladgama, Faculty of Agriculture. Best Presenter Poster, Together Towards Excellence in Humanities and Social Sciences, Miss I.G.S. Kumari, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards Excellence in Medical and Health Sciences, Miss P. Vijay Sirivardhana, Faculty of Allied Health Sciences. Best Presenter of Technical Sessions, Together Towards Excellence in Science and Engineering, Mrs. K.A.M. Sudarshani, Faculty of Science. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sirs. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the most important event of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Awards ceremony, which is presenting the Vice Chancellor's Awards of the 18th Vice Chancellor's Awards ceremony. The Vice Chancellor's Awards are the most prestigious awards presented by a university, and we consider it a great honor to witness this event today. To present these awards to the recipients, we cordially invite the chief guest, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ruhuna, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena. And to accompany the chief guest, I cordially invite the chairperson of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Awards ceremony and the Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardena. To announce the Vice Chancellor's Awards for the most outstanding scholar, I cordially invite Dr. Chitra Lamboatta, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce Most Outstanding Scholar for the Vice Chancellor's Awards 2021 from the Faculty of Engineering, Professor Subhashi De Silva. After 13 years of school education at Southlands College, Galle, in 1985, she entered the Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa, and in 2000, she obtained her Bachelor's of Science degree in Engineering with first-class honors. She started her career in 2000, joining the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna, as a temporary lecturer. In 2001, she was recruited as a probationary lecturer at the same department. In 2002, she was enrolled into Saitama University, Japan, as a PhD student with Monbugashu scholarships, and she obtained her PhD degree in 2005. She rejoined the faculty as a senior lecturer in 2008 and was promoted to professor in 2019. She is a chartered engineer since 2010 as well. She was awarded postdoctoral research fellowship in 2005 by the JSPS Japan, and in 2007 by the Graduate School of Saitama University of Japan. She was the visiting research fellow at the University of Connecticut, USA in 2019. During her career at the Faculty of Engineering, she received more than 9 million Sri Lankan rupees research grants from TURIS, NRC, UGC, and NSF. With these grants, she established facilities for human body vibration and hand-arm vibration research, bridges, buildings, and ground vibration research, temperature and thermal conductivity of material research. She has done collaborative research with her research partners at University of Southampton, UK, Saitama University, Japan, Queensland University of Technology, Australia, and University of Stavanger, Norway. Several students completed research degrees with her and joined as academics at University of Ruhuna, Kotalawala Defence University, Victoria University, Australia, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. She has published more than 25 journal publications. Many are first author publications in high impact, high SJR Q1 journals published by Elsevier. She published more than 100 refereed full papers and more than 60 abstracts at national and international conferences. Her research was recognized by several awards, including Merit Award for Scientific Publication in 2021, awarded by NRC, President's Award for Scientific Publication in 2019, awarded by NRC, Most Outstanding Young Researcher in 2014, awarded by the University of Ruhuna. She plays several roles as keynote speaker, conference chair, session chair, member of the scientific committee, member of the advisory committee for a number of national and international conferences. She initiated the international conference at her department in collaboration with Saitama University in 2009 and recent advances in civil engineering undergraduate research symposium in 2010, which are now annual research conferences at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna. So the Vice Chancellor Awards for the Most Outstanding Scholar in 2021 is awarded to Professor Subhash De Silva, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Engineering.
Thank you very much, sir. To announce the Vice Chancellor's awards for the highest grant recipient and the most outstanding promoter of international relations, I cordially invite Professor Sudas Divanyarachi, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture.
It is a pleasure to read this citation for my colleague, Professor Champa Navaratna, who is the recipient of Most Outstanding Promoter of International Relations and High Recipient of Grants. Professor Champa Madhumati Senaratna graduated from the University of Ruhuna in 1984 with a BSc Honours in Agriculture and started her career at the Faculty of Agriculture by joining the Department of Agronomy at that time in 1985. She received her MSc in Computing from the University of Wales, Cardiff, and PhD from the University of Ruhuna. To date, she has served the University of Ruhuna for 37 years and currently working as a senior professor in the Department of Agricultural Engineering. So I am reading the citation for both awards. She has made a remarkable contribution to the development of the Faculty of Agriculture and in promoting international relations during the last 6 years through her involvement in following international projects as the coordinator from the University of Ruhuna. The first project is ASCEND. The acronym stands for Advancing Skill Creation to Enhance Transformation, which is funded by European Commission Erasmus Plus project, which ran from 2016 to 19. So there were 12 universities involved, including 3 Sri Lankan universities. Her second project was BEC. The acronym stands for Integrating Education with Consumer Behavior Relevant to Energy Efficiency and Climate Change at the Universities of Russia, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. Again, funded by the European Commission, Erasmus Plus project is started in 2019, ended in 2022. There are 14 universities involved, including 3 Sri Lankan universities. The third one, her biggest contribution, is the BRITE, stands for Building Resilience in Tropical Agroecosystems, again funded by the European Commission. Project is still running, started in 2020 until 2023. This is the first time the Sri Lanka was given lead status by the European Union. In 2019, 4 projects were awarded to Sri Lanka, one of them into University of Ruhuna, this project. This is to develop a MSc program, international MSc program in building resilience in tropical agroecosystems, which is funded under Erasmus Plus capacity building in higher education project of the European Union. This project is led by the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna, and there are universities from UK and Lithuania, Estonia, and 4 other Sri Lankan universities are involved in developing this international master's degree program. Her 4th project is SECRA, acronym stands for Strengthening University Enterprise Collaboration for Resilient Communities in Asia, again funded by European Commission. Projects is running from 2020 to 2023. 13 universities in EU, Thailand, Philippines, and Sri Lanka involved in this project. And in addition, she was also involved with another project called RICARDOS, Research Capacity Development for Staff Training Mobility, funded by EU. This project ran, a 2-year project ran from 2018 to 2019. So as the coordinator of these projects, she has been involved in conducting 21 international conferences, workshops, symposia, training programs. And in addition, linked programs, collaborative research projects, MOUs developed with more than 30 international universities in Europe, including UK, Lithuania, Estonia, Sweden, and also in Asia, Thailand, Bangladesh, and Philippines. And in all these projects, more than 100 scientists are involved, and with whom we have direct contacts throughout the last 6 years. And she has made several international visits, academic visits during the recent years in connection to these projects. So in terms of grants received, she has received in euro 1.1 million euros in grants. For Ascent project, 63,000 euros. For the BEC project, 69,000 euros. And for the Brite project, 903, nearly 1 million euros. But the funds are disbursed to other universities from University of Ruhuna. For SECRA, euros 69,000. So total is 1.1 million, and fund allocation to University of Ruhuna is about 330 euros, which amounts to nearly 73 million rupees brought into University of Ruhuna. So considering her outstanding contribution in promoting international relations and receiving international grants, she has been selected as the recipient of the Vice Chancellor's Award for the highest grants recipient, and also the most outstanding promoter of international relations. So I respectfully request Vice Chancellor to award the most outstanding promoter of international relations to Professor Champa Navaratna. And also at the same time, I invite Vice Chancellor to award the highest grant recipient to Professor Champa Navaratna. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To announce the Vice Chancellor's Awards for the most outstanding staff inventor, I now cordially invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Chitra Lambawatha.
and schooled at Mahinda College, Galle. He obtained BSc Engineering Honours degree with a first class pass, scoring the rank 001. He was the best of. From the Department of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Moratuwa, Sri Lanka in 2006. After graduation, he worked in the industry for 3 years, and then he joined the Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Ruhuna in 2009 as a lecturer on contract basis. In 2010, he was appointed as a probationary lecturer. In 2011, he completed a Master of Science degree from the University of Moratuwa, specialized in the field of industrial automation. In 2014, he completed his doctoral studies from Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane, Australia, winning the most prestigious Outstanding Doctoral Thesis Award. Since then, he has been an active researcher, both in fundamental and applied research. Regarding his fundamental research, he has so far published 3 international book chapters, 14 international journal articles, 13 full paper national and international conferences, 42 oral and poster presentations in national and international conferences. At present, he owns a H index of 11 and I-10 index of 13 in Google Scholar, and total citation count is more than 440. Further back in 2018, at the 14th Vice Chancellor's Award, he was awarded the Most Outstanding Young Researcher Award in recognition of his outstanding research profile. Regarding applied research targeting national development, he has been actively engaged with innovative product and machinery developments, building strong collaborations with different organizations. Particularly, in recent years, he has received about 7 million rupees worth research funding from the Department of Industrial Development, Southern Province, and the State Ministry of Batik, Handloom Fabric, and local apparel products to develop industrial designs and machinery to support least developed local industries of Sri Lanka. In this endeavor, he has produced many machineries as alternatives to machinery being imported to Sri Lanka for these sectors by contributing as the principal investigator or as a co-investigator. For instance, regarding the handloom and the local fabric production industry, Dr. Chaminda Karunasena has contributed to the development of a motorized shuttle loom machine, a semi-automated warp beam winding machine, a high-speed bobbing and pern winding machine, a semi-automated 10-feet fabric weaving machine. Regarding the local coir production industry, Dr. Chaminda Karunasena has contributed to the development of a mechanized coir weaving machine to produce 10-feet cricket mats, so that these cricket mats are made in Sri Lanka only now. Earlier it was imported from India. Motorized winding machines for coir yarn bobbins in cricket mat production, and the motorized coir winding machine for cricket mat production. Regarding the local hand paper production industry, he has contributed to the development of a high-performance yarn cutting machine which can rapidly cut yarn offcuts which are used in the hand paper industry. Not only in such industry-university collaborative projects, Dr. Karunasena has been actively engaged with renewable energy related innovations, particularly targeting the sea-wave energy converters. In this regard, the small-scale sea-wave-based energy converter and pneumatic energy storage system for power generation applications is one of the outstanding developments he has recently contributed as the principal investigator. Considering all these outstanding innovations and machinery development, I wish to introduce Dr. H.C.P. Karunashena of the Department of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, as the most outstanding staff innovator and the innovator for the year 2021.
Thank you, sir. And now to announce the Vice Chancellor's Awards for the most outstanding young researcher, I invite Professor Imendra Kottapola, the Dean of the Faculty of Allied Health Sciences.
As the Dean of the youngest faculty of University of Ruhuna, I have a great pleasure in introducing the most outstanding young researcher, Dr. R.H.M.P.N. Ratnayaka. We call her Nirmala Ratnayaka. Dr. Nirmala Ratnayaka has done her education at Anamaduwa Central College. She has excelled not only in academic activities, but also in extracurricular activities, mainly in music and sports. She has been the leader of the Eastern Band and secretary of the Literary Association for 3 consecutive years. She has been the captain of netball team of school for 3 consecutive years and has played volleyball as well. Further, she has been a junior head prefect. After her advanced level education, she entered University of Sri Jawadanapura to follow the BSc Nursing degree. She completed her degree in Bachelor of Science Honours in Nursing with a second-class upper division in the final examination, becoming the batch top of the first batch of nursing in year 2010. She has started her career as a temporary demonstrator in the BSc Nursing degree program in the same university. Thereafter, she has joined the Sri Jawadanapura General Hospital as a nursing officer. Upon completion of 1.5 years clinical experience, she joined as a probationary lecturer in the nursing degree program in University of Ruhuna in year 2013. She obtained her PhD degree in nursing from the University of Ruhuna in March 2021. She was awarded with the Vice Chancellor's Gold Medal as the best postgraduate student. Her PhD was on effect of menopause on bodily structure, functions, and physical health. Apart from the field of menopause, her other research interests are sarcopenia and frailty, geriatric care, health promotion, and nursing education. She has published her study findings in 19 full paper articles in peer-reviewed index journals and 7 Science Citation Index expanded journals. She has published 3 full paper articles in conference proceedings, more than 60 abstracts in local and international conferences, and 2 newsletter articles. She has published a book based on her PhD finding to be useful for post-menopausal health management of Sri Lankan women. Further, she has won several Best Presenter awards for scientific presentations too. She is an editorial board member in the Ruhuna Faculty of Allied Sciences Research Symposium, Faculty Newsletter, and Sri Lankan Journal of Nursing. She has supervised one postgraduate study for Master of Nursing in Karlsruhe International University. She delivered the oration at last year academic sessions of University of Ruhuna on menopause, a significant milestone in women's life. Currently, she is the chairperson of Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the faculty, member in Sports Advisory Board, Ethics Review Committee, Curriculum Development and Evaluation Committee, and Senior Treasurer of the Sports Association of the faculty, and a student council as well. Dear Sir, I respectfully invite Vice Chancellor Sir to award Most Outstanding Young Researcher Award to Dr. Nirmala Ratnayak.
Thank you very much, sir. And now to announce the Vice Chancellor's Awards for the Most Outstanding Student Inventor, I cordially invite Professor Sudas Divanyarachi, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture.
It is a pleasure for me, as the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, to read this citation for Mr. Akila Indika Herath, winner of the Vice Chancellor's Award for Most Outstanding Student Inventor Innovator. Mr. Akila Indika Herath had his education at the Dharmaraja College, Kandy, and received his BSc Honours degree in Agricultural Resource Management and Technology in 2021. Even though he did his final year research project at the Department of Agricultural Engineering, he was closely working with the departmental team led by Professor P.L.A.J. Alvis since the early days of his undergraduate career. Akila's first invention, his multi-purpose foldable memotic, he invented under the supervision of the Department of Agricultural Engineering, and for that invention, he received a gold medal in the Southern Province Invention and Innovation Competition in 2019. His second invention was a handheld pneumatic paddy seeder, and it also received a gold medal in the same competition. Both inventions were nominated for the International Inventions and Exhibition and Competition, Sahasak Nimaum 2019, which was organized by the Sri Lanka Inventors Commission. So there, he won a gold medal for his multi-purpose memory and a silver medal for the paddy seeder. Next year, in 2020, he received another silver medal for her his third invention for pneumatic sprouted seed establisher at the Sahasak Nimaum exhibition and competition. So there are several other inventions such as budding puncher, the leak preventing fish transfer net, and many more to come. Southern Provincial Industrial Development Authority has offered him an honorary award for his contribution to these inventions in 2019. Akila is a good team player and a leader during his undergraduate days. Contributed to many of the faculty events as a photographer and videographer. He was the president of the faculty media unit in 2019 was also an active member of many other faculty clubs and societies. Akila, being the avid learner he is, used the time during COVID-19 pandemic effectively pursuing many online courses in Coursera, Agora, which is the UNICEF platform for online learning, British Council, broadening his knowledge for future inventions. He could be considered as an excellent role model for his fellow students. At present, Akila is following an MPhil in Agriculture Engineering at the Faculty of Agriculture. So considering his contributions in innovations, he's been selected as the recipient of the Vice Chancellor's Award for Most Outstanding Student Inventor Innovator. So now I respectfully invite Vice Chancellor to award the Most Outstanding Student Inventor Innovator to Mr. Akila Indika Herath from the Faculty of Agriculture.
Thank you, sir. The university has established a tradition of honoring the deserving professors, Professor Emeritus. This title recognizes and acknowledges the distinguished academic service they have rendered to the university. So first, I would like to invite Professor Upali Pannilage, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, to present the citations of emeritus professorships.
Good afternoon. It's a great honor and privilege for me to introduce Professor Venerable Medigama Soratha Thero to this prestigious audience. Venerable Medigama Soratha Thero was an active contributor to research and teaching excellence at the University of Ruhuna since his appointment in 1988. He has over 40 years of experience in teaching and research both nationally and internationally. In 1991, Venerable Medigama Soratha Thero successfully completed Bachelor of Arts in Buddhist Studies honours degree at the University of Kelaniya. Then he completed Master of Arts in Buddhist Studies at the Buddhist and Pali University and Master of Philosophy at the University of Ruhuna. Later, he completed PhD in Buddhist Culture at the Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Studies, University of Kelaniya. Prior to his appointment at the University of Ruhuna, he had worked as a government school teacher for 6 years from 1979 to 1985 and as a lecturer at the College of Education for 3 years from 1985 to 1988. In the year 1988, Venerable Medigama Soratha Thero was appointed as a lecturer of the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, University of Ruhuna. Then he was promoted to the post of Senior Lecturer Grade 2 and Senior Lecturer Grade 1 in 1994 and 2001 respectively. Further, he was promoted to the post of Professor in Pali and Buddhist Studies in 2004 and Senior Professor in Pali and Buddhist Studies in 2019. Professor Venerable Medigama Soratha Thero's success was rewarded with many leadership positions. He was appointed as the head of the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies on 3 occasions of 1996, 2001, and 2019. Moreover, he served as the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor of the University of Ruhuna for 2 years during the period of 2005 and 2006. In addition, he has served in many professional associations, including Jnaneswari Scholarship Foundation in France, International Buddhist Relief Organization, the UK, and Ayurvedic Doctors Association in Sri Lanka. He has published many books, book chapters, and journal articles in Buddhist studies. Professor Venerable Midigama Sorata Thero has delivered keynote addresses on subjects related to Buddhist ethics, Buddhist culture, and spiritual development at many national and international events. At the national level, he served in many academic and professional committees and contributed to the curricular development and introduction of new degree programs, especially at the Buddhist and Pali University of Sri Lanka. He served as a producer and a resource person in many radio and television media programs. He was instrumental in a number of occasions of the university to handle conflict among university students. He was successful in advising in many disciplinary committees of the university and was able to negotiate for positive outcomes. The combination of Professor Venerable Midigam Sorata's impact as an educator and researcher has played an important role in furthering knowledge and improving outcomes for our regional, national, and international communities. Venerable Midigama Sorata Thero, an eminent academic, a well-known Buddhist scholar, and renowned administrator, has completed 33 years of yeoman service at the University of Ruhuna. Considering his long years of distinguished services, the University of Ruhuna has decided to confer on him Professor Emeritus status in front of this august audience. Good afternoon again. It's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Piyadasa Hevage to this prestigious audience. P. Hevage completed his bachelor's degree in Geography Special from the University of Colombo in 1980. Then he successfully completed a Master of Science in Medical Demography at the University of London in the UK and Master of Arts in Geography of Transport at the University of Colombo. After completing postgraduate diploma in medical geography at the University of London in 1996, he was able to successfully complete his PhD at the University of Ruhuna in 1999. The academic career of young Hevage started with his recruitment to the University of Ruhuna as a temporary assistant lecturer in 1981. He was selected as a lecturer in 1982. Then he was promoted to the post of Senior Lecturer Grade 2 and Senior Lecturer Grade 1 in 1986 and 1993 respectively. Dr. Hevage was promoted to the post of Professor in Geography in 2005 and Senior Professor in the Department of Geography in 2013. He served in many administrative positions during his career at the University of Ruhuna. Some of the key academic administrative positions held by him are Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences from 2011 to 2014, Head of the Department of Geography for 9 years from 1993 to 1995, 2005 to 2008, and 2017 to 2020. He served as the Director, Career Guidance Unit of the University of Ruhuna for 6 years from 2002 to 2008. Further, he contributed as the Chairman of the Board of Study of Humanities and Social Sciences of the Faculty of Graduate Studies for 5 years from 2016 to 2021. As an academician, he contributed in many ways to the development of the disciplines of geography and to uplift the status of the university in general. His leadership was an immense support to the curricular revisions and bylaw revisions of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences during his service as the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. At the national level, he served as a member of the Research Advisory Committee of the Central Environment Authority of Sri Lanka. He was a team member of the UGC-appointed institutional reviews of the University of Peradeniya, University of Colombo, and Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. He has contributed to the preparation of the Southern Development 5-year program in the year 2007. In the same year, he contributed to the curricular development for the Bachelor of Education degree program at the National Institute of Education. He was a visiting professor at the Department of Geography, the University of Kelaniya from 2008 to 2010. He served as the secretary to the Sri Lanka Association of Geographers for 2 consecutive years from 1996 to 1998, and secretary to the Population Association of Sri Lanka from 2002 to 2004. Dr. Hewage's research interests are mainly focused on the examination of how health issues are shaped by spatial factors. In this context, he has worked in the areas of medical geography and transportation geography. He has published more than 40 research papers in reputed journals and has presented several research papers at national and international conferences. At the same time, he has published a number of books and book chapters covering the broad areas of geography with reputed publishers at the national and international levels. He supported the undergraduates by providing opportunities for career guidance training, personality development, and linkages with industry. He worked as the chairman of the 17th academic sessions of the University of Ruhuna and as a chairman of the International Conference on Humanities and Social Sciences, University of Ruhuna. Professor Hewage made an excellent contribution in building up programs in collaboration with foreign universities. He also supervised many research conducted by postgraduate scholars, and moreover, he served as an examiner for MA, MPhil, and PhD thesis of postgraduate students of the University of Kelaniya, Peradeniya, Sabaragamuwa, Sri Jawadhanapura, and Colombo. The academic and administrative achievements of Professor Hewage are so wide, and that is very hard to limit this citation. Dr. Piyadasa Hewage, an eminent academic, a well-known researcher and renowned administrator, has completed 39 years of German service at the Department of Geography, University of Ruhuna. Considering his long years of distinguished services, the University of Ruhuna has decided to confer on him Professor Emeritus status in front of this august audience.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Science, Professor P.A. Jayantha, to present the citations of emeritus professorships.
Good afternoon. It is with great pleasure and honor I read this citation of Senior Professor HMKK Pathirana. Professor Hema MKK Pathirana obtained the BSc Special Degree in Chemistry with a second class upper division honors pass from University of Sri Lanka, Vidyodaya campus in 1977. She obtained her PhD from University of Aston in Birmingham, UK in 1985. She carried out postdoctoral research in Texas A&M University, USA, and Imperial College, London, UK, which are among top-class universities in the world. Her research included coordination chemistry, organometallic chemistry, photocatalysis, environmental chemistry, and green chemistry. She has written 2 textbooks titled Organometallic Chemistry and Coordination Chemistry for undergraduates and published 46 research articles, which includes peer-reviewed research articles in international journals listed in Google Scholar Citation Index, national and international publications, and presentation at local and international conferences. She has served as a supervisor for several postgraduate students and also has served as an examiner at postgraduate viva-voce examinations of several local universities. During her academic career, she won several prestigious international awards, including Overseas Research Students, ORS Award, UK, Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellowship, UK, and Commonwealth Academic Exchange Fellowship, UK. Professor Pathirana was actively involved in the development of the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, and the University of Ruhuna at various capacities. She joined the Ruhuna University College at its inception as a pioneering probationary assistant lecturer in September 1978. As a young academic, she had to shoulder many responsibilities, which included the preparation of the curriculum and conduct major part of the lectures and practical classes in the absence of most of the essential basic facilities. She served the University of Ruhuna for 39.75 years, from 1978 to 1989 and from 1991 to 2020. She served the Department of Chemistry as the first female professor in chemistry for nearly 15 years and as the first female professor of chemistry, chair professor for more than 7 years. She served as the head of the Department of Chemistry for 7.5 years. She also served as a warden for 3 years, student counselor for 3 years, which included a period of highly crisis situations within the university. She was instrumental in establishing the Ruhuna University Service Laboratory and served as its first chairperson for 5 years. She was personally involved in building capacity of the academic staff to serve in the service laboratory to improve its analytical services provided to local industries and the community, and to raise its capacity to a recognized analytical laboratory in southern Sri Lanka. 10 senior academic staff members out of 19 in the Department of Chemistry, including President Chair Professor Jina Senehewage, have been her former undergraduate students. One of her MPhil students, Professor R.A. Maitripala, is the chair professor in the Department of Limnology and Water Technology in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences and Technology. She has been instrumental in attracting funds from the ADB loan scheme for capacity building of a technical officer for glass blowing and to establish a glass blowing center in the department. She also involved in modifying the curriculum by introducing new course modules such as environmental chemistry and green chemistry for undergraduate chemistry curriculum and for undergraduate and postgraduate research programs. These fields are currently considered as important subjects locally and globally. She has been well recognized by the scientific community in Sri Lanka. In the Sri Lanka Association for Advancement of Sciences, SLAS, which is the premium body of scientists of Sri Lanka, she was elected as the president of Section E2, Chemical Sciences, in 2005. Chairperson of the General Research Committee, 2013. Chairperson of the Science Education Committee, 2014 and 2015, and a member of the Council for nearly a decade. She was also appointed as the Dean of the College of Chemical Sciences of Institute of Chemistry in 2019 and a member of the Council for several years and played a major role in obtaining accreditation for the BSc Special Degree Program in Chemical Sciences. She was appointed by His Excellency the President of Sri Lanka as a member of the National Research Council, NRC, from 2013 to 2016. Based on her expertise, she was invited to involve in many national activities. She serves as an expert in the climate change adaptation project in the Ministry of Environmental and Renewable Energy, served as a resource person in the preparation of the National Research and Development Framework, NRDF, of the Ministry of Science and Technology. She also served as a member of the Subject Benchmark Statement Committee for Chemistry appointed by the UGC. She also represented Sri Lanka at international conferences and training workshops organized by Commonwealth Commission in India, by UNIDO in Italy, and UNITA in Japan, and at the International Advanced Training Workshop on Water and Soil Conservation organized by UNESCO and Ministry of Water Resources, Beijing, China. She is currently serving as a member of the expert committee appointed by the Marine Environmental Protection Authority, MIPA, for integrated environmental socio-economic impact assessment of the MV Express Pearl container ship accident. Currently, she is providing her expert knowledge and experience to the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka by serving as a member of the governing council of that university. Considering her great contribution in teaching, research and institutional development, and many other services rendered, on the recommendation of the Department of Chemistry, the University of Ruhuna has decided to honor Professor Hema M.K. Pathirana with the title of Professor Emerita. Good afternoon again. It is a great pleasure and honor I am introducing retired senior Professor Nalahendi Jeevanthi Da Silva Amarasinghe. Jeevanthi Amarasinghe studied at Ambalangadu Dharmashoka College and then graduated from University of Colombo. Dr. Mrs. N. Jeevanthi Da Silva Amarasinghe started her academic career at the Department of Zoology, University of Ruhuna, by joining the Ruhuna University College as a professional assistant lecturer in zoology on 20th of March 1980. By 1985, she was able to achieve Doctor of Science in Zoology from the faculties, Universities Notre Dame de la Fayette, Namur, Belgium, and got confirmed in her service as a lecturer in November 1985. Her career record continued as a senior lecturer from January 1988 to November 2007, and as a professor in zoology since 5th November 2007 to 4th November 2015. She became a senior professor in zoology with effect from 5th November 2015. After completing uninterrupted service record of 41 years, 7 months and 10 days, she retired from University of Ruhuna on September 30th, 2021. The Department of Zoology, Faculty of Science, and the University of Ruhuna were nourished through her unparalleled dedication and lifelong commitments. She has served as the head of the Department of Zoology for 5 terms. Professor Amarasinghe was the first female dean of the Faculty of Science from 8 December 1998 to 18 June 2001. Her representation at the Senate spans over more than 27 years. She served the Council of the University of Ruhuna from December 1998 to June 2001 as the Dean of the Faculty of Science, and thereafter for 3 consecutive terms as the elected Senate representative to the Council of the University of Ruhuna from 9th August 2011 to 8th of August 2020. She was the director of the Center for International Affairs, CINTA, from 15th May 2007 to 30th June 2010, and acting director of the Center of Modern Languages and Civilization from August 2007 to September 2008. She served as the program coordinator of the MA degree in Conflict, Peace and Development Studies, jointly conducted by the Tribhuvan University in Nepal and the University of Ruhuna in Sri Lanka from September 2008 to June 2010. She was a member of the Staff Development Center of the University of Ruhuna and coordinator of higher education for the 21st century HETC project, University Development Grant, UDG, from February 2010 to May 2011. She served as the chairman of the progress review sessions of TURIS grants over many years and helped the university to achieve the targets of internationalization through those research grants. Being a student counselor, patron, advisor, senior treasurer, and a member of many committees, she contributed to the extracurricular activities of the faculty and the university. Professor Amar Singh has supervised more than 20 undergraduate students, 15 postgraduate students who led to PhDs, MPhils, and MSc degrees. She has published 3 book chapters, 5 national reports, and authored or co-authored 15 full papers and more than 70 research abstracts. She has also served as an editorial board member, referee, reviewer, and as an evaluator of the faculty, as well as university conferences, symposia, and journals. Professor Amar Singh extended her service not only to the University of Ruhuna, but other national institutes of the country. She has served the Open University of Sri Lanka as a visiting academic, senior consultant, academic coordinator, and as an external member of the faculty board for many years. As a visiting lecturer, question setter, moderator, and second marking examiner, she extended her service to the Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. She also served as an external examiner for undergraduate and postgraduate degrees of many universities in Sri Lanka. Professor Amar Singh is a chief examiner in zoology, biology for GCE A-level examination since 1990 up to date. She was a member of many national committees such as Editorial Committee, Freshwater Fauna of Sri Lanka, 1987, Technical Review Committee of Wetland Site Report and Conservation Management Plan, 1994, Oil Spill Contingency Management Project, 2003. Her service extended to improve the quality of education system in Sri Lanka by serving as Standing Committee of Science, 1999 to 2001, Special Committee on Science Communication, NSF 2002 to 2003, and member of IRQE project, Ministry of Tertiary Education and Training. As a consultant, Professor Amar Singh had worked in many projects such as proposed Fishery Harbour project at Hikkaduwa in 1997, Rakawa Kalametiya and Ussangoda Coastal Conservation Project implemented by ICN project, and project on paddy cultivation within Katagamuwa Sanctuary etc. Professor Amarasinghe was the recipient of postgraduate scholarship offered by the Kingdom of Belgium to pursue her higher studies, academic exchange fellowship 1989-1990 awarded by the Association of Commonwealth Universities, and ACU Development Fellowship in 1992 to 1993 awarded by the Association of Commonwealth Universities. For her excellent service for the University of Ruhuna, she was awarded by the Ruhuna University Service Award Trisat Purna Seva Upahara. For her active contribution to the field of education of Southern Province, she was awarded the Dakshina Lanka Vanita Pranama at the International Women's Day organized by Southern Province Council of Sri Lanka. Considering her great contribution in teaching, research and institutional development and many other services rendered, on the recommendation of the Department of Zoology of Faculty of Science, the University of Ruhuna decided to honor Professor N.J. De Silva Amarasinghe with the title of Professor Emerita.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Professor Sudasdi Vanyarachi, the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, to present the citation of Emeritus Professorship.
So it is my pleasure to read this citation for Professor Oscar Amarasinghe. Professor Oscar Amarasinghe is not here today, so I am going to read a very brief citation on him. Professor Oscar Amarasinghe received his BSc in Agriculture Honours degree from University of Peradeniya, MSc from University of Ghent, PhD from University of Namur, both in Belgium. He joined the Department of Agricultural Economics as a pioneer staff member of the department at the inception of the University of Ruhuna. He joined as an assistant lecturer and retired on January 23, 2016 as a professor in agricultural economics. Professor Oscar Amarasinghe is well known locally and internationally as an expert in the field of fishery economics. He served the Department of Agriculture Economics as the head of the department and also served as the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Ruhuna. In total, he has served the university for nearly 38 years. Professor Oscar Amarasinghe was the founder and is the president of Sri Lanka Forum for Small Scale Fisheries. He is a member of the National Research Council, NRC, and serving currently as the Chancellor of the Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Professor Amarasinghe is a recipient of several internationally competitive, prestigious research grants during his career at the university and still working as a consultant to some international projects. Considering his contribution to teaching, research, outreach activities, and national development, the Senate of the University of Ruhuna has recommended him to be conferred the status of Professor Emeritus with effect from January 24, 2016. I respectfully request Vice Chancellor to confer Professor Oscar Amarasinghe in absentia the status of Professor Emeritus in the University of Ruhuna. Thank you.
And now, we have come to the end of today's ceremony. Before concluding the inauguration ceremony of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony, we invite Dr. Hashini Vitarana, the Secretary of this event, to propose the vote of thanks.
Venerable Mahasangha, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena, Vice Chancellor of University of Ruhuna, Professor Saman Chandana, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Ruhuna, Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksha, Keynote Speaker, 19th Academic Session, Council Members of the University of Ruhuna, Deans of the Faculties, Registrar, Bursar, Chief Librarian, University of Ruhuna, guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor Award Ceremony 2022, I find it an honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks at this inauguration ceremony. The chief guest, Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Sujiva Amarasena, encouraged and supported us throughout this event. Dear Sir, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude for all the support provided. We feel honored by your presence here today. Professor Saman Chandanedrivira, Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Ruhuna, who is also a member of the Faculty of Technology, provided us with an immense support in making today's event success. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to you, sir. The keynote speaker of 19th academic session of 18th Vice Chancellor Award, Professor R.M.G. Rajapaksha, Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Science, University of Peradeniya. Dear sir, thank you for accepting our invitation and the valuable speech you made. I wish to congratulate and thank Dr. N.W.J.A.L. Prince for her oration today, although she is not present here physically. Emeritus professors, senior professors, the deans of the faculties, VC award winners, best presenters of the previous year, senior lecturers, council members, and the academic members, your presence is highly appreciated. Dr. Harshadeva Gunawardena, Dean Faculty of Technology, University of Ruhuna, also the chairperson of the 19th academic session. Thank you, dear sir, for your guidance, support, and encouraging and leading us all throughout the event. I take this opportunity to thank all the presenters of the 19th academic session for sharing your valuable knowledge with us. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the reviewers, chairpersons, and the evaluators of today's academic session. Assistant Registrar, Assistant Bursar of the Faculty of Technology, we appreciate the support provided by you. Non-academic staff members, staff of the auditorium, video team, and also the photography team, maintainers, security and cleaning service rendered an invaluable service. My sincere thanks goes to cultural event participants. Our students took great efforts to make today's event colorful and memorable. We gratefully appreciate your effort and also appreciate your enthusiasm and the interest you took in this event. All the committee members of the 19th academic session and 18th Vice Chancellor Award who came together as a very supportive team. Thank you for all support, commitment, and dedication without which holding this event successfully would have been impossible. All the representatives of the faculty provided us with a great support in making this occasion a success. Thank you all for the support provided. Finally, we extend our thanks to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us today. Your presence gives us a great pleasure, and we are honored to have you here with us today. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the inauguration ceremony of the 19th academic sessions and the 18th Vice Chancellor's Award ceremony of University of Ruhuna, held under the theme of Overcoming Challenges of the Next Decade.
So before winding up, let me focus your attention on several housekeeping announcements. The first technical session and the poster sessions will be conducted at the end of the inauguration ceremony. The lunch for all the invitees will be served upstairs of the auditorium. The refreshments for the guests will be arranged in the second floor boardroom of the same building. The refreshments for the other participants will be arranged at the coffee shop on the first floor, and your dining area will also be the first floor. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep standing still till the ceremonial procession leaves the hall.